When the season begins, you anticipate matchups and series that push the envelope. When certain teams come to town, the excitement level picks up a notch. When the disliked rivals from the South arrive, the dial gets turned just a little bit more. 3 final games before the break. The 2 best in the National League. Couldn't draw it up any better. Phillies, Braves, next. This is the premier matchup in Major League Baseball this weekend. It's the Phillies and the Atlanta Braves. Tonight is game 1 of a 3-game series, and not since the 12th of June has anybody been this close to the Phillies in the National League East. In fact, taking a look at these 2 teams, the Phillies are the top team in Major League Baseball with 55 wins. The Atlanta Braves with 53 wins, second most in the majors. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Chris Wheeler. Sarge will be around a little later on tonight. This is a premier matchup, if there ever was one, right before the All-Star break. The Phillies and the Braves have played some of the best baseball in Major League Baseball since the 1st of June, and it's going to be on display this weekend, Wheels.
Great stuff coming up this weekend, Tom. At least it should be. You know, you could tell these teams have been on a collision course for a while. As you say, the Phillies have been playing well, but the Atlanta Braves have really been hot. Now, look at the way it started out. Phillies with a tremendous month of April. The Braves not so good. Then they both really picked it up after that, especially the Braves during the month of May, and they have been very good in July. In June, they were just about the same. 2 red-hot teams, the Phillies and the Atlanta Braves. They are a mirror image of each other in many, many ways, so this should be a lot of fun this weekend.
Yeah, since the 1st of June, the Braves are 23-10. The Phillies, meanwhile, are 21-12. All right, Rich Doobie and Charlie Manuel have aligned things perfectly as far as the rotation goes, and it all begins tonight with Doc Halladay.
Well, Roy Halladay to start a series is always a good thing. Anytime you get this guy out right away can be a win for the Phillies, and that's what they're hoping will happen here tonight against a very difficult Atlanta Braves team. Last year, remember, in September, the Braves came in here. They were only 3 games behind the Phillies, a 3-game series coming up. Roy Halladay went out and did his thing, and the Phillies swept the Braves and, for the most part, put the division away. And in this game, he was at his best, painting the corners. You see there a pitch to Hayward. Another good cutter right there in the inside corner, throwing the double play ball and the ground balls, and Halladay produced just like you expect. Look what the Phillies are doing with these 3 guys right now. They have all made their starts, 18 starts for all 3 of them. Look at their records and their earned run average, and they are lined up in that order to go against the Braves this weekend. The Braves, they also have tremendous pitching. This is just good baseball. It should be. I can't wait for it to start.
Well, it all begins tonight here at Citizens Bank Park. It'll be another sold-out crowd here at the ballpark. The Phillies and the Atlanta Braves. Here are the Braves starters for the weekend. It starts tonight with Brandon Beachy, 0-3 lifetime against the Phillies. Tomorrow it's Tommy Hanson. And then Sunday afternoon, it is Derek Lowe. Well, there's no doubt that since Roy Halladay's put on a Phillies uniform, he's put them on his shoulders and carried them through one month after another. He'll be on the mound tonight. Lineups at first pitch when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota offers fuel efficiency you'll love, only better. By Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. By Xfinity, only from Comcast, the official HD triple play provider of the Phillies. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phillies. By Citizens Bank, where for homes. Talk to us today about how we can help guide you to the loan that's right for you. And by Independence Blue Cross. No matter where you are in life or business, we have plans that fit. Go to plansthatfit.com. We'll have to wait until at least tomorrow for him to go for his 3,000th hit. So that's the only game right now around baseball that is postponed because of this storm system. As we said, it's quite large, and it's already been here in the Delaware Valley for a few hours, and it's heading north. So that's why the Yankee game has already been postponed. A lot's on the line for this series between the Phillies and the Atlanta Braves, though. We talked about it a little bit during the open. And Wheels, you know, last year at the All-Star break, the Braves had a 4.5 game lead over the Phillies. It's hard to remember that. The Phillies have been in first place for more than 90 days here in 2011. But the Braves, because they've played well, not only here in July, but since the 1st of June, well, they're only 2.5 games back as this one gets underway.
Yeah, last year the Phillies came right out of the All-Star break and proceeded to lose 7 out of 8 on the road, or 6 out of 8 on the road to the Cubs and the Cardinals. And really we're talking last year about maybe moving some people and, you know, moving on because the Braves are going to win the division. But as you said, this year, Phillies jumped out. They had a really good April, and the Braves didn't. So they've been ahead of them. Atlanta's been the hottest team in Major League Baseball for over a month. And you see right there that the other teams in the division, they've just kind of drifted way out of the picture, especially the Florida Marlins with that horrible month of June that they had. And the Atlanta Braves, Phillies still, you know, it's a 2.5, but this is the thing you always look at, in my opinion, is the loss column. And that's 3 right now, the Phillies and the Braves. The Phillies are at home this weekend. They want to win some games against the Atlanta Braves, put a little more distance at the All-Star break.
Yeah, and last year in September, the Phillies on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd of September, they led the Braves by 3 games when that series began, and the Phillies swept the Braves out behind Cole Hamels, Roy Halladay, who won their games, and then Roy Oswalt, who allowed 1 hit over 7 innings. And the Phillies won that final game of that series on a Raul Ibanez RBI double against Johnny Venters, and all of a sudden the lead in the division was at 6. So the Phillies are hoping for the same kind of story this weekend as they take on the Atlanta Braves. So we're in a rain delay. While we sit here at the ballpark in a rain delay, you can sit at home and take in an edition of Phillies Clubhouse. Sarge, well, he's learning a new craft. He's following in the footsteps of his younger brother, Henry. That's right. Who taught who how to operate the camera?
That is just perfect. I said, if he does that all night, we're going to have some great shots of the Comcast Center. Maybe nothing in the game, but we'll see downtown real well.
Hey, on the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Carlos Gonzalez is back in the lineup for the Rockies, and they lead the Washington Nationals 2-1. That game's in the top of the fourth. Ty Wigginton, a base hit and an RBI for the Colorado Rockies. So as Sarge continues to practice his new craft, there's his shot. Whoa. That's pretty clear right there. At least he knows where he's directing it, toward the green, toward the field. Well, the red light is on, so Sarge, that means you are ready to go. All right, so we'll be ready to go in about 20 minutes or so here at Citizens Bank Park. So while Roy Halladay warms up, we'll let you sit back and watch baseball, a golden age.
missed that fastball.
Yeah, wind just carried it right out.
Well, Mother Nature doesn't have everything all ready to go. The rain continues to fall here at the ballpark, but it looks like in the next few moments the game will get underway. The umpires, though, have not come out to home plate to exchange the lineup cards just yet. And that'll be our first sign that everything is A-OK. I'm not sure if anybody anticipated that the rain would start to fall again once they took the tarp off the field, because it had lightened up to the point where they could get the field lined and ready to go. Doc has already finished warming up. He just went down the stairs in the Phillies dugout to just catch his breath. Brandon Beachy, meanwhile, is still loosening up in the pen for the Atlanta Braves. Now, there's been constant communication between the weather services and the grounds crew over the last couple of hours, talking about what's in store for the rest of the evening. We talked about this storm being quite large, and it was. It's already postponed the game up in New York, but you know, everybody knows, living here in the Delaware Valley, sometimes when these storms go through the South Philadelphia area, you know, sometimes they can stall, and it looks like that's what this one is doing at this point. Brandon Beachy is making his way in from the bullpen. You know, always the concern is once you get the starting pitcher loosened up and ready to go, you do not want to shut them down, and the umpires are starting to come up the stairs, and I think they're trying to decide whether they should take the lineup cards or not, because, you know, that'll start the clock and get things rolling.
When they get the lineup cards, it's their game, right?
Well, there they go. Mike Witters is going to head out toward home plate. No, he's going to actually head over to Charlie Manuel. And I guess they're going to talk to Charlie first and then probably go over and talk to Freddie Gonzalez. Mike Winters is the home plate umpire. He's the crew chief. Mike Everett's over at first. Now, Mike Everett's the one to the left. Mike Winters is the one chatting with Charlie Manuel right now. And we're not sure what Charlie's saying, but as we said, Roy Halladay's already loosened up. So he's going to want to probably get this thing rolling if Halladay's already loosened up. Oh, they're going to put the tarp on the field. So that's the decision. Mike Bookholder, the head groundskeeper for the Phillies at Citizens Bank Park, is being called over.
You could read Mike Winter's lips, and it looked like he said, I'm going to put it back on.
I think that's what he said, but we'll wait and see. Yep, that's what they're going to do. All right, the grounds crew's heading over to the tarp. You know, they just don't want to start the game while there's precipitation of this amount.
Yep.
So that's what's going to happen. They're going to put the tarp on the field, and we will step aside and be right back and give you a full recap of what's going on, and hopefully have a little idea of maybe when this one will get underway. So stay with us. Again, this game will be delayed once again. Scheduled to begin at 7:05. We're at about 8:35 right now, so it's a 90-minute delay at this point, and it will be a little longer. And again, as we said before, hopefully this storm will get out of here and we'll get this baby underway. Roy Halladay and Brandon Beachy have both warmed up and we're ready to go, but then this storm seemed to stall. There's Mike DeMuzio, who is part of the operations here at Citizens Bank Park. He does such a wonderful job on a day-in, day-out basis. This is not an easy decision, whether to take the tarp off or put it back on, particularly when it looks like it's clear on the radar. Sometimes, though, the storm does not cooperate with the radar. So Charlie Manuel met with Mike Winters, the home plate umpire, and they decided to put the tarp back on the field. So, again, the fans will sit and wait, and you will get a chance to watch the game 360. Set to begin his warm-up tosses. I'm sure he kept loose under the stadium while this extra 20 minutes or so of this delay took place here at the ballpark. Let's take a look at the Braves starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off at center field, Jordan Schaefer. Alex Gonzalez, the shortstop, bats second. Brian McCann hits third, followed by Chipper Jones and Freddie Freeman. Dan Ugla is the number 6 batter. Jason Hayward, the right fielder, bats seventh. Nate McLeod hits eighth. At batting ninth and pitching is right-hander Brandon Beachy, and they, of course, will face Roy Halladay. Halladay, the 34-year-old, leads the league in complete games. He's second in victories, first in innings pitched, and once again, Wheels, they're putting the burden of getting this series underway on his shoulders.
Well, he's the guy that was brought here to do just that, and he's done a tremendous job in his year and a half here with the Phillies. Roy Halladay, in his second season here, has 18 starts. You see the numbers on him, our Southwest Airlines scouting report. Well, this guy, you can just see the intensity he has in every pitch, and he is really focused right now. Maybe he can just, he has ways of thinking about things. Maybe he can just think about that was an inning where his team was batting around, scored a lot of runs, and, he had to sit for 20 more minutes. Well, let's look at our Nissan Keys to tonight's ball game. It's going to begin right around 9 o'clock here at Citizens Bank Park. There's Charlie Manuel, Pete McCann with the lineup cards. Well, these are two very similar teams. We'll talk about that as the game goes along. And you also are going to watch tonight two of baseball's hottest teams. The Braves are even hotter than the Phillies have been, and that's why they've crept to 2.5 games, 3 in the loss column to them.
There's Freddie Gonzalez, the manager of the Atlanta Braves. Now, both managers, of course, were kept in the loop on what was going on. Moments ago, though, Charlie Manuel asked Mike Winters after he took the lineup cards to come on over. He wanted to have a chat with him. What do you think this was about, Wills?
I don't know. I really don't. That would be sheer speculation. All we could see, Tom, is he was on the top step and he was waiting till the lineup cards were exchanged, and then he wanted to talk to the home plate umpire, the crew chief, about something. We'll find out later.
Well, here we go. Jordan Schaefer leads things off, shows butt, takes a strike, so we're underway. 1 hour and 50 minutes since the game was supposed to get underway. It finally does get underway. Jordan Schaefer, a .242 hitter with a home run and 6 RBIs. Officially, Jay Dunn told us it was 1 hour and 54 minutes. Look out.
Look out.
That ball was smoked into the crowd.
And people aren't, barely settling in. Some aren't even paying attention yet, and that hit an empty seat. No, it didn't.
No, I think it may have hit that gentleman who was just settling in.
I thought it hit the guy beside the seat right beside him, but it didn't.
So 1 ball and 2 strikes the count.
Yeah, it's right now, people are putting the ponchos on, taking them off.
And a grounder up the first base side. Howard has it, takes it right to the bag, and there's one away. So one quick out here at the top of the first. Now, they took the tarp off the field maybe 10-15 minutes ago, and it continued to rain as they were relining the field. So there's probably some spots that are a little slick right now. Not overwhelming, but there are spots that are slick. In fact, you saw that Ryan Howard's feet slid a little bit as he went to that first base bag.
Yeah, and they could, between innings, have to come out and throw some of that stuff down there, that drying agent.
So the grounds crew, they are hovered down the left field line, or I should say the third base line, just beyond the camera well.
They did a great job. They really had a lot of work to do here tonight.
Alex Gonzalez swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. And it's 0-1. Mike Buchholder is the head groundskeeper, but his crew is one of the best in the business. And they did a lot of extra work today to make sure that the field was lined properly, dried up, and ready to go. Gonzalez chops it foul. He has struggled lately, although he is a threat to hit a home run at any time, as we've seen during the course of his career. But he's 4 for his last 25, and when he's in the hole, well, the pitcher certainly has the advantage.
Yeah, he can get into some funks, Gonzalez, but as you said, Tom, he's a clutch hitter. He can get a big hit at any time.
Swing and a miss. He got him. 45th time he's gone down on strikes, where the count is no balls and 2 strikes.
And when you're no balls and 2 strikes, you're in a hole. And when you're no balls and 2 strikes to Roy Halladay, you're in a deep hole. Here it is. It looked like a breaking ball, a cutter, and he got him to chase it.
Well, during the 2011 season, Turkey Hill will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream. sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. Roy Halladay has contributed 11 victories to that cause. And Brian McCann takes inside. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
Talk about hot hitters. This used to be Chipper Jones's team. It's this guy's team now.
Brian McCann is 7th in the league at hitting at .314.
Excuse me, Tom. You talk about a guy that gets big hits. How about this guy? He is so clutch. Chipper Jones, still a tremendous player, but you know, you look at the Braves, and Brian McCann's a guy you really worry about.
And he will start behind the plate for the National League in this year's All-Star game. And who knows, he may wind up catching the guy that's on the mound. Last 16 games, he's hitting .383. Last 30 days, he's hitting .345. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Broke his bat. To center field goes the ball, and John Mayberry's there to make the catch. So the side is retired. Turns out to be an 11-pitch first inning for Roy Halladay. We go to the bottom of the first. It's the Braves nothing, and the Phillies coming up. Half of the first, and now the Phillies get their first look at Brandon Beachy. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off at shortstop, Jimmy Rollins. John Mayberry bats second. He's at center field. Chase Utley's at second base, batting third. Ryan Howard is the cleanup batter. Raul Ibanez, the left fielder, hits fifth. Carlos Ruiz bats sixth. And the bottom third of Dominic Brown. Wilson Valdez starting for the injured Placido Polanco. And then Roy Halladay. And they will face 24-year-old right-hander Brandon Beachy. Wasn't drafted out of college, was a free agent signee by the Braves in 2008, and he made it to the major leagues very quickly.
Yeah, and the Phillies have certainly seen a lot of this guy. There are his numbers this year, but he started twice against them last year at the end of the season, and they've already seen him this year. He is a strike thrower and a really good-looking young pitcher for a guy that wasn't very highly regarded at one time. Southwest Airlines scouting report on him. He does compete. Look at his numbers, though, against the Phillies. 0-3 with an earned run average of 5. But don't let that fool you. This guy can go out there and really give you a tough night.
Well, the last start against the Phillies, he left with an oblique strain, and it put him on the disabled list. So that's why he's only started 11 games. This is his 12th of the year. Well, we talk so much about pitching when we speak about the Braves and the Phillies. Their starters have an earned run average of 3.23, second only to the Phillies in the NL. Overall, the Braves' ERA is first in the league. Guys like Derek Lowe and Tommy Hanson and Tim Hudson, they help anchor this staff.
Yeah, two of the guys we're going to see, Hanson and Lowe. And then you get to the end of the game, and they are really tough with Venters especially and Kimbrel as their closer. 2 young pitchers. They also have 3 left-handers in the bullpen, and they have them out there for a reason, and the reason is the team they're playing tonight.
Well, here we go. One of the Phillies' hottest hitters, Jimmy Rollins, will dig in and get himself ready to go. Rollins has hit in 5 consecutive games. It's lifted his average to 264 with 8 home runs, 35 runs batted in. He had a terrific road trip. He was 10 for 26 on the road trip.
Hit a lot of line drives on that trip.
Third baseman Chipper Jones plays in on the grass. And the first pitch in there for strike.
And he did not attempt the bunt on the road trip.
The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Randy Goldstein of Philadelphia. Phillies hit a home run at tonight's ball game. The Randy win $100.
So that's why it's a little surprising that Chipper Jones is playing where he is.
But that's where Chipper Jones always plays when Jimmy Rollins is up, it seems.
Old habits, huh?
1-1 the count to Rollins. And he loops one toward left. Coming on is Nate McLeod, and he's there. What away.
That's a heck of an outfielder playing left field. He's a really good center fielder, but he was on the disabled list, and Schaefer came back up and did such a good job in center field that when McLeod was eligible to play, they put him in left, and of course they're waiting for Prado to come back off the disabled list, and they'll get even better.
And Martin Prado is rehabbing down at Gwinnett this weekend against Charlotte. And they expect him to be back right after the All-Star break. Well, with one out, here's John Mayberry. Mayberry playing center field tonight for Shane Victorino, who was placed on the disabled list earlier today with a grade 1 sprain to his thumb. And Mayberry takes low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. And because of that, Pete Orr has been recalled from Lehigh Valley. Pete made the club out of spring training, but was sent down a little more than a month ago. 2-0 the count to Mayberry.
It's quite a spot for John Mayberry to hit in the 2-hole, but Charlie's really strapped right now without Polanco and Victorino to put a lineup together. And you know, he was sitting there tonight just trying to figure what he would do if Polanco couldn't go, and this is what he came up with.
There's Victorino, and it's 2-1 to Mayberry. Well, Shane won the National League final vote. It was the final addition to this year's All-Star game representing the NL. But because he can't play, Andre Ethier has been selected to take his place. In the air to right center field. Schaefer into the alleyway. He calls off Hayward and makes the catch, and there are 2 outs. Hit that one right toward the end of the bat. So 2 fly balls and 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. And here comes Chase Utley.
Well, in this series, I think both these teams have to think about playing clean games because you have tremendous pitching. They have their bullpen is probably a little bit better than the Phillies, and you don't want to give runs away. And if you get guys on base, you have to try and get them over and get them in.
Utley's hit it 10 straight, as you saw. In fact, on the road trip, he was 8 for 25.
Freddie Gonzalez, their first-year manager, replacing Bobby Cox, and he has a lot of good players, and he's done a good job of rallying from a tough start, and now they're a real good team.
A little low, 2 balls and no strikes to Utley. Like any good hitter, you put yourself in a good hitter's count. You take advantage of it, and Chase certainly has so far this season. It's 2 balls and no strikes to him. Hits that one back toward the middle, a base hit it to center. So the first hit of the night goes to the Phils. It's a 2-out single, and that'll bring Ryan Howard to the plate. And speaking of Ryan Howard, it's time now for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. The Wheels will go back to the last start the Phillies had against Beachy.
And as you said, he left that game with an oblique problem, did Brandon Beachy. Ryan Howard hit a bomb in the first inning to dead center. A 3-run home run, and that is our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. You mentioned he had to lead the game with an oblique, and he hurt it batting, did Brandon Beachy.
Went on the disabled list 2 days later. So here's Howard with 2 away, and Utley over at first. They do have the overshift on with Chipper Jones on the right side, and Gonzalez still at his shortstop position. And a curveball low, 1 ball, no strikes. Howard is tied for first in the National League in RBIs. He's tied with Prince Fielder. They both have 71. back-to-back curves. He let the first one go by. The second one looked too enticing. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Another curveball. Top toward first. Freddie Freeman takes a step to the bag, and the Phillies are retired here in the first. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We've completed 1 in this much anticipated series, and we go to the second. At MLB.tv today to see every Phillies game live or on demand, or on your computer or your favorite devices. Visit Phillies.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Chipper Jones leads it off here in the top of the second. Batting cleanup for the Braves. And he takes a breaking ball inside. Jones overall hitting .255 with 8 homers and 46 runs batted in. Good numbers against Halladay in just 10 at-bats. And he will be going to the All-Star game this year. That's a foul ball.
Well, that almost went over the bag.
The way it was spinning. Mike Everett, the first base umpire.
Chipper Jones thinks it's foul all the way, and then it kicks.
Yeah, that looked like it was foul.
It was foul. Yep. Good call.
Two and one the count.
They're just trying to keep Jones healthy. He has been banged up a lot the last few years, and he has a bad knee right now.
Yeah, he has a torn meniscus in his knee. Let's see, 444 home runs. And that ball went right on by Carlos Ruiz.
Ruiz looking out at Halladay like, did we miscommunicate there on something?
Well, all of a sudden, it's 3 balls and 1 strike. I think it just cut away, just slid away from him.
Look at that move.
And that one moved inside on the hands of Jones. He fouls it back. It's 3-2.
Imagine if you could throw that if you wanted to.
Freddie Freeman waits on deck. That one's looped toward right, and Dominic Brown will play it on a hop. So a leadoff single for Chipper Jones.
Kind of tentative on that. He got caught in between there, and then you decided, well, I'm not going to let it get past me. But those are the kind of things that happen when you make mistakes. You get tentative, especially young players, because that ball probably should have been caught.
No, instead, Jones is aboard, and here's the red-hot Freddie Freeman. 8 for 22 during July, a 5-game hitting streak. He's hit 4 home runs in the last 7 days, and Ruiz just dropped that ball. And up to second goes Chipper Jones. That's the 5th pass ball of the year for Carlos Ruiz.
There's something going on down there right now that he's having trouble handling pitches. This one really isn't any not even far away. He just missed it. That hit right in the pocket of the glove and popped out.
And then he didn't react right away.
Well, Chipper Jones is not going to run unless he was absolutely sure.
Freddie Freeman, you see where he ranks among National League rookies. The first month of the year wasn't pretty for Freddie Freeman, but they stayed with him, and he has paid them off.
Well, he got a good looking swing.
13 home runs, 42 runs batted in. Now that pitch just missed off the outer half. It's 2-1.
His first major league home run last year in this ballpark off Halladay. Pinch hit home run, hit it in the bullpen out over the Auto Trader sign. He's been hitting balls hard to left and left center in some games we've seen. Right now he's just trying to do the right thing, and that's pull the ball. They mentioned clean games are going to be very important this weekend with the pitching involved in these games. And you know, this inning's off to a shaky start. It's not clean.
There's Dan Uggla. And the 2-2 pitch to Freeman. Way inside, 3-2. And Ruiz out to the mound. It's not often that you see Roy Halladay and Carlos Ruiz not on the same page per se, or even have a conversation at the mound.
Well, this is almost like with we don't have to give in here now. It's early in the game. You have a base open, guy on deck that could hit into a double play. You know, we want to make a pitch on Freeman, but we don't have to give him a cookie.
3-2. Hit it foul.
Yeah, and that's just what they did. They went out and threw a breaking ball there, something real slow. I don't know if they've thrown him a curveball yet in that at bat either. That's a pretty good looking hitter. Can spray it around like that. And in his case, you're not spraying it, you're driving it.
Just 21 years old. In fact, he and Jason Hayward both are just 21. Again, it's 3-2 to Freeman. Back toward the middle, a base hit it to center field. Jones around third, heading for home. He's going to score, and the Braves take a 1-0 lead. And Freddie Freeman's hit it 6 straight.
Like he hit a fastball too, maybe a cut fastball. Well, that guy is really hot. Good looking hitter, 21 years old, as Tom said. Let's see where the pitch is. You know, it was away from him. Actually, looked like he was trying to backdoor him with it, and he just reached out and hit it in the center field. And you know, that's what he's been doing a lot of, is putting the ball in play.
Now with the runner at first, now Dan Uggla, who has good numbers against Halladay for his career, but it has not been a good season for Uggla. Hitting just 183. And a swing and a miss. It's 0-1.
Picked it up a little bit lately, but boy, has he struggled.
He was 5 for 12 in the series against the Rockies that they just finished up. This is the 26th pitch of the night for Halladay. And Uggla checks. They appeal. No swing, says Mike Everett. 1-1.
Freeman not only knocked in a run, he gave him a really long, tough at bat.
And that ball gets away from Ruiz and goes back to the screen. That'll be a wild pitch, just the second of the year for Halladay.
This one's a little ragged right now. And the Halladay needs something done to the mound, I guess.
He needs another rosin bag.
Yeah, that's what it was. You see now, that's a ball that he will block a lot of times. Well, Carlos Ruiz, but he didn't get out in time.
So a runner at second now, still nobody out, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Dan Uggla. Braves lead it 1-0 here in the top of the second. Two and 2. Ruiz hangs on. Uggla was acquired in a trade from the Florida Marlins this past offseason. And as Will said, he has picked it up. You see, since the 11th of June, his numbers are better with runners in scoring position. Swing, miss, he got him. Second strikeout for Halladay. First out here in the second.
Threw him a changeup, a real good one. Uggla's been swinging a little bit better lately. He's not going down to one knee as much, but he was close to it on 3 swings here. There's Roy throwing that changeup. Now watch the leg collapse. See, it almost hit the ground, but it didn't. Well, maybe it did finally at the very end. But early in the year, almost every swing that guy was taking, his knee was on the ground. He was so off balance.
So he's retired. Jason Hayward's in the box. And Hayward takes on the inside corner. It's 0-1. Hayward spent some time on the disabled list earlier this year with inflammation to his shoulder.
He stands way off the plate, almost like he wants the ball away. And it looks like they're coming right out trying to crowd him early in this at bat. Watch how far he stands off the plate.
He has a long reach.
Yeah. He likes to get extended, so a lot of times you see they're coming in there again. 3 straight pitches right in on him. Now, that doesn't mean you can't get him out of the way eventually, but you need to really get after this guy and get in on his hands.
Halladay's ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes with Freeman over at second. And a run across the plate here in the second inning. Through another breaking ball, and it remains 1-2.
Hey, they fouled off his curveball a couple of times tonight. Freeman fouled one off. Their Hayward just fouled one off. He'll use that curveball with 2 strikes a lot of time for a strikeout pitch, and in this case they fouled it twice.
Well, after an 11-pitch first inning, it's been a 22-pitch second inning. Try to get the inner half and just missed, and it's 2-2. Grounder back toward the middle. That'll move Freeman over to third. Rollins, though, throws out Hayward. And there are 2 away here in the second.
Now look like they tried to do that on purpose, and they stayed, we mentioned, in, made him aware of it, and then threw a little backdoor cutter to him, and he hit it off the end of the bat and dribbled it, as opposed to early in the count where he might be able to go out there and really drive that pitch.
Well, he gets the second out. Freeman's over at third. Nate McLouth is now the batter. McLouth, who had a very good spring to get back into the graces of the Braves. He had a terrible year last year, but hitting just .231.
Don't want to get hurt here now with 2 outs and a base open too. And they come inside. They're leaving it up right. They're leaving it up to Halladay and Ruiz right now, not to get hurt with Beachy on deck, who doesn't have a hit this year.
Oh, he's ahead now, 2 strikes. McLouth fouled that one away.
And the manager's going to do that with a veteran pitcher catcher combination like this. Saying, I don't have to tell him that they know right now. Don't get hurt by this guy.
See Ruiz taking a look over at third, and Freddie Freeman taking his lead. Halladay's ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch in the dirt.
Ooh. There he goes with a curveball with 2 strikes again, trying to get a strikeout. See, he puts the glove down, wants it down, but almost threw a wild pitch way inside. Just for the reason we're talking about is do not let this guy do damage.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Second strikeout of the inning for Halladay. And after the RBI single by Freeman, he comes back and get the next 3 hitters. We go to the bottom of the second with the Braves up 1-0. Be the first to know everything about your favorite teams right from the palm of your hand. Your teams right now, free. Download CSN Philly Sports app for your iPhone today. Well, bottom of the second, Phillies have to play from behind on a soggy night. It's cooled off a little bit. Fans, though, have not been deterred. This place will be sold out the entire weekend. So just put your feet up, kick back, and relax, and watch the Phil's offense try to go to work against Brandon Beachy. Huh. First Phillies game. Well, you picked a whale of a night to come to the ballpark. Doesn't always mean, Wheels, that she's going to sleep the rest of the night because she's up late either.
Is that right?
Clocks are a little off at that age.
You don't tire them out like this?
I don't think you do.
Okay.
Bottom of the second, Raul Ibanez leads it off.
Always appreciate that from you. I can help you with meteorology and stuff, but not parenting. Right, that this was a system. It was a system.
Not a storm.
It wasn't a storm tonight. It was more of a weather system that was persistent. It took a while to get out of here.
Ibanez takes on the outside corner. Wasn't a renegade storm.
Well, there were probably some storms around today, brief ones, you know, that hit and were gone. But when that stays that long, that's a weather system.
Ibanez on the most recent road trip was 5 for 20 with a home run.
Or something like that.
It was long.
It stayed a lot longer than they thought it was.
Yeah. Threw an off-speed pitch, and Ibanez out in front. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
This Brandon Beachy has all the pitches. And, you know, we've seen him in person, watch him on TV a lot, and he does throw strikes. And you can tell he reminds you of Worley a little bit in the way that his makeup is. You can tell he's not afraid.
There's a curveball, and Ibanez lines it to center. It drops in front of Schaefer for his second hit of the night. All right, Wheels, here we go. It's time now for the Dodge Stump the Fans trivia question. I know it's a little different spot, but we figure you'd be ready. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fan section for all the info. Please submit your answer on the subject line. The question is, 1976 marked the first year the Phillies ever had 5 All-Stars. Can you name them all? Huh. That's a good question.
I can name a lot of them, but I don't know if I can name all.
Well, you have to name all 5. Log back on to Phillies.com or log on to Phillies.com if you want to submit an answer.
I'm going to start writing them down right now.
Carlos Ruiz fouls it back. And it's no balls and 1 strike. Now, the reason we wanted to get that question in early is because Benny Looper, one of the Phillies assistant general managers, is going to join us in the top of the 3rd. That's a balk. In fact, I think everybody in the ballpark, including the umpires, made the call. All four of the umpires pointed.
And it was amazing how many fans yelled balk. That was the old chicken coop sound down there. That was good. They helped out. This one was pretty obvious. See him flinch. He's trying to get his sign. They couldn't quite get together. And he still had his foot on the rubber and flinched. There's the first base umpire, Mike Everett. Yeah, that was pretty obvious, that one.
Oh, it won the count to Ruiz with a runner in scoring position. Back toward the middle, and it's going to sneak into center field, a base hit. The hold Ibanez at third. And it'll be first and third with nobody out.
Really didn't have any choice. You know, Ibanez, he runs as well as he can, but doesn't run that well. And he was barely getting to third base. And Schaefer, even though he's going to throw a wet ball, he's really shallow. I mean, he could throw a four-hopper and get it. Now, look how shallow he is when the play begins. The ball dribbles into center. Look how close he is. And he's charging it all the way. There's the dirt coming up. That's quick. That center fielder was not that far from the back of the infield.
And even though you're getting toward the bottom of the order, you have the number 7 hitter Dominic Brown up. The Braves are giving the run, even with a double play ball, but you'd like a little bit more.
And there's nobody out. To get a guy thrown out at the plate right there with nobody out
could be deflating.
Don't want to do it.
Juan Samuel. Dominic Brown took a lot of the responsibility for the loss on Wednesday night on his shoulders because of a play he didn't make defensively, and also because of a ball that he hit late in the game when the Phils were looking to add on some runs where he missed second base, according to the second base umpire Kerwin Danley. 1-2 the count, and Dominic admitted after the ball game that he thought he missed second and that Kerwin Danley made the right call. Charlie Manuel, I asked him about it at length today, and I said, what did you think about the umpire's positioning? He said he was in the right spot. He said, Charlie, it was an obvious miss on Dominic's part. That's what Kerwin Danley said.
Yep.
And there's a strikeout. Brown is down swinging, one away. We talked about that the other night. We blew up the photo, blew up the shot. It was tough to tell. I thought he hit the edge of the bag, but as Dominic said after the game, he said, no, I missed it. So Kerwin Danley did make the right call, according to Dominic Brown and everybody else that was around that second base bag.
That's the thing, when you're coaching third in that situation, you always know who's on deck. In that case, he just didn't want to take a chance of getting thrown out at third at the plate. Figuring Dominic Brown, even if he hits into a double play, which is unlikely, you get a run out of it. The one thing you don't want is a strikeout, and that's what just happened.
Well, here's Valdez, and he fouls the first pitch back. Well, the Braves were able to score a run in their half of the second after a leadoff hit and a pass ball.
Right, you need to get this right now because this is a momentum thing.
Ibanez reached on a single, went to second on a balk, and then the third on a single. Now one out for Valdez, the 0-1. In the air to right field. Hayward going back. That'll be deep enough to score Ibanez. Hayward makes the catch. Here comes Raul. The throw to the plate cut off by Freeman, and the Phillies have tied the ball game up. A good job by Wilson Valdez. He bounces into a lot of double plays, but he just came through with a sac fly that makes it a 1-1 game.
Yeah, and it looked like they're going for a strikeout, trying to get a second strike to maybe get a strikeout with a pitcher on deck. He threw a slider and he got a lot of the plate with it, and Wilson hit it hard the other way. Watch a breaking ball right there, and that gets a lot of the plate, and he's able to get it in the air really deep and no problem scoring Ibanez. And now you look back on holding him at third and you go, okay. I mean, personally, I thought it was the right play anyway, but when the next guy strikes out, you're going, uh-oh.
I'm sure Wadd went uh-oh, too.
Well, of course, you bet he was going uh-oh, but he knows he did the right thing.
Halladay takes a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike. Halladay hitting .073. But as he told Sarge after his last start here at home, he's been working on his hitting.
He works on everything. One thing Sammy had to understand as a third base coach, where he was going to get few runners on base that could run like he could. He was easy to score, real easy. Some other guys not quite as easy.
On the outside corner, Halladay thought that was wide of the plate, but he's down looking. The side is retired. The Phillies tie it up at a sac fly. We go to the third. It's a 1-1 game. It's time to take a look at our Kia Minor League Players of the Week. Steve Sustorf is an outfielder for the Reading Phillies. He had a heck of a week. A home run, 4 RBIs. He had 476. And Justin Friend, who pitches for the Reading Phils, in 4 games, picked up 4 saves, had 4 strikeouts. So congratulations to those guys. It's a 1-1 game as we go to the top of the third here at Citizens Bank Park. And joining us now is the Phillies Assistant General Manager, Betty Looper, in charge of player personnel. Betty, thanks for coming on.
Good to be here, Tom.
We just saw some of the kids from the minor leagues, the minor league players of the week. Some guys having some pretty good seasons this year.
Yes, they are. It's fun to watch these guys develop through the system, and we got several guys having good years.
Numbers-wise and talent-wise, there seems to be some pitchers that are really throwing pretty well down in the minor leagues.
That would be the strength of our organizations, particularly in the upper levels, our pitching and the bullpen guys.
That's good. That's good to know as this season moves on and these years move on as well, to have that kind of depth. And we've already seen it with, as Mick Billmeyer calls it, the pigsty out in the bullpen here in the majors with the kids from the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. Here's Brandon Beachy to lead it off. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Hey, Benny, in the last couple drafts, you hear you guys talking about drafting guys with high ceilings. What does that mean?
Players that have a chance to be an impact type players at the major leagues. And that's the type of players you win with. You're going to hit and miss on some of them. Some of them don't get out of A ball, but some of them become Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, Dominic Brown type players.
Is that hard, Benny, to find those kind of guys? I mean, I guess that's the million-dollar question. If it was easy, then everybody would be doing it.
Yes, it is. A funny story related to that. Several years ago, in about 1990, in spring training, I was with Seattle then. Ken Griffey Jr. was maybe at his first spring training, and Lou Piniella looked out and he said, "Why don't you guys draft more players like that?"
Yeah, that's good.
Here's Jordan Schaefer with one away, and he takes a strike.
How could you get A-Rod in Seattle or something, right? How come you can't get him more guys like him?
That's right.
Well, you were in Seattle for a long time, more than 20 years, and one of the guys that you saw really grow up into being a heck of a major league player is the Phillies left fielder Raul Ibanez, as Rollins is able to nail Jordan Schaefer. Whoa. Ryan Howard able to keep his foot on the bag. Schaefer can't believe he was called out. And there's 2 away. But when you see a kid evolve, like let's say Griffey, or even like say a Jimmy Rollins or a Ryan Howard, how gratifying is that?
You're right. That's the gratifying part of the job that our scouts and our player development are in. Like Raul, I've seen him since he was probably 19-year-old. He came up through the Marin organization, didn't play a whole lot, and then finally got a chance to play in Kansas City and has had a good career.
Here's Alex Gonzalez who takes a strike. And by the way, that replay showed that Schaefer was indeed out at first base.
Hey, Benny, being in Seattle for so long, when the Phillies made that trade Lee for those three guys, talk about them a little bit, especially Ramirez and what kind of an upside he could have.
Yeah, Ramirez, JC, our guys had seen them the year before. It'd been 08 was the last year I'd seen them. So our scouts had seen JC in the California League and Almont and Gillies, all of them. In fact, Pat and Charlie Kerfield saw Almont in the Fall League. And JC's got a big arm. Is throwing very well. Had a nice ball game last night.
8 innings last night for J.C. Ramirez. That's a big deal. Benny's going to stay with us to the bottom of the third. It's a 1-1 game here at Citizens Bank Park. Only from Comcast, the official HD triple play provider of the Phillies. By Citizens Bank, we're for homes. Talk to us today about how we can help guide you to the loan that's right for you. And by Jeep brand, we don't just make SUVs, we make history. Oh, it's a 1-1 game here at Citizens Bank Park. It's drying out as we move on. We were delayed about an hour and 54 minutes before this one got underway. Phillies got a run off Brandon Beachy in their half of the second. Now, with the game even at 1 in the bottom of the third, the top of the order is up. It's Jimmy Rollins, John Mayberry, and Chase Utley. Benny Looper, who is one of Ruben Amaro's assistants, remains in the booth with us. We had a very fast top of the third, and we had just started to scratch the surface on some of the Phil's minor leaguers and some of the impact players that the Phillies received from the Seattle Mariners in the Cliff Lee deal. Betty, one of the other guys that really seems to stand out is a guy down in Single A, Jared Kozart. How well has he been? How well has he thrown this year?
He's thrown very well. He's got a great arm. Throws 95, 97 mile an hour. He's got a quick arm and he can spin the curveball as well. So we're excited about his potential. And Marty and his staff, they've done a great job drafting players, as you can see the guys on the field and the guys that we have in the minor leagues.
2-2 the count to Rollins.
How important is it to remain a good team, a good major league team, to have a minor league system that produces players for you?
Well, if you don't, you're not going to have the talent we have up here. You just can't purchase as free agents those type players year in year out.
Rollins lines one into center for a base hit. Well, look at what some of the Phil's minor league teams are doing. Lehigh Valley under Ryan Sandberg, even with all the changes. I mean, think about it. The Phillies have had all these changes at the major league level. Ryan's had all these changes at the AAA level. They've certainly held their own. Reading at 43 and 43. Lakewood is already in its second half, and they're 9 and 6. So starting with Lehigh Valley, with all the veterans they have on that team, Benny, they've done a nice job just adjusting to all the changes.
Yes, they have. Chuck Lamar and Steve Nobrita and all of our guys in the minor leagues have done a great job. Ryan Ryan is doing a great job. Ooh.
John Mayberry, who was down at Lehigh Valley just a week ago, sends one in the air to deep left center. He just missed it.
The ball's not carrying tonight, is it? Thought he'd got that one.
We're thinking that earlier, that when he hit that first one, we thought it was going to go a lot further, and it does seem to not be carrying because he looks like he crushes this thing. Look where he hits it on the barrel. He could swing at that.
Look at Brian McCann's reaction.
Yeah, he
See
thought it was a home run.
Watch McCann's reaction.
Especially in this ballpark, too, you know, where they played so many games. McCann thought that thing was out, too.
I think he did.
Benny, your play-by-play was excellent when you went, ooh. You were right.
I thought it was one of those ooh moments.
It was.
For John. I'm happy for him to get a chance to play and produce for us.
Well, and you were with the Mariners when he was originally drafted in the first round, so you thought the organization in Seattle thought highly of him, just as the Rangers did, and eventually the Phillies did.
You know, Pat was with us then as our GM, and he got to see him as a high school amateur, and he was a good-looking player then.
Here's Chase Utley to throw over to first. Well, you mentioned Pat Gillick. He's going into the Hall of Fame later on this month. How excited are you to see him go into the Hall of Fame?
I'm real excited. I met Pat in 1968. I was drafted by the Houston Astros, and he came to see me play. And it's remarkable, his memory, because he remembers he met my mother and dad back then, and I'm really excited for Pat, and it's well deserved.
It's hard sometimes to put in perspective what executives have done to warrant being in the Hall of Fame, and I think it says a lot for him in what he's accomplished at all the different places he's been, including here in Philadelphia, that he's bestowed that honor.
And no question about it. Pat has such a passion for the game, and what a lot of people don't know, he's a great person. He knows how to treat people, and he's tremendous to work for.
Well, there's Pat celebrating the World Championship back in 2008. 4 different teams: the Blue Jays, the Orioles, the Mariners, and the Phillies. 3 different World Series championships. Utley hits it towards short, backhanded by Gonzalez. There's one. Not in time to turn 2. That was a fine play by Alex Gonzalez.
Yeah, it was a tremendous play. And boy, they have hit 3 balls right on the nose of this inning. Don't have anything to show for it yet. Good sign. Hopefully they can keep it up. Balls have all been hit hard. Gonzalez, a tremendous shortstop. It doesn't matter what he hits, that he saves runs. That ball was hit on the nose, and they almost get a double play. Utley's not running so well.
Chase just did get across the bag. So 2 outs. Here's Ryan Howard, who grounded out his first time up. He grounded out to first.
Yeah, they threw him a bunch of curveballs his first time up. Everything real slow.
The ball is dropped by Brian McCann. Didn't go far enough, and it's 1-0. Now with Pat going into the Hall of Fame, you now work with Ruben as the GM. What's that been like the last couple of years working for Ruben?
Oh, it's been a lot of fun working with Ruben and Scott and Mike Ondo, our pro scouting director. And I've got a great job, really. Got guys to run the pro department, the amateur department, the farm department, and working for Ruben, I've got the best job in baseball, I think.
You get to see a lot of not only the Major League club, but also a lot of the minor league guys, too.
Yes, I get around and see all the minor league guys. And try to help Marty if I can in the amateur draft. Get to do a little bit of everything.
Mariners had some good years while you were there. What's it like being in this town right now in this era?
Oh, it's unbelievable, really, with our fan support, the excitement of our fans filling this park up every night, having a great ball club. It's really been exciting and gratifying just to be a part of it.
I know it sounds strange, but it's probably enticing even for the younger guys to see it from a distance, to know that this is the carrot that's out there. I mean, being a major leaguer is probably a carrot, but to play here in a place like this is probably pretty enticing too. Howard's down on strikes. Side is retired. Benny, we appreciate it. Nice catching up with you.
Enjoyed it, Tom. Wheels.
Thanks, Benny.
Thank you.
Okay. Benny Looper, Phillies assistant general manager, our guest up here in the booth. Game's tied at 1. We go to the top of the 4th. Devices you'll love, like Avery self-stick name badges that never curl or fall off. Who but W.B. Mason? Now we go to the top of the fourth. It's a 1-1 game. Roy Halladay has allowed just 2 hits through the first 3, and they came in the second. The Braves scored their only run. Phillies, meanwhile, have gotten 4 hits against Brandon Beachy, and they started to hit some baseballs hard. Gary Matthews joins us up here in the booth as we start the fourth. Well, Sarge, it was an hour and 54-minute delay, but last series before the All-Star break, can't ask for much more excitement than this.
No, 2 heavyweight teams that are playing. Braves chasing the fighting fields, and tell you what, they haven't looked back. They've been winning a lot of ball games, the Atlanta Braves, but they're still looking up.
McCann, his first time up, flied out to center. He broke his bat on it. And the 1-ball, no strike pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-1. McCann and Freddie Freeman have been the hottest hitters for the Braves over the last 30 days. McCann hitting .345, Freeman hitting close to .300. But they've combined for 15 homers.
Well, with Freeman, it's just a matter of time. This guy here just had to learn the strike zone, and he's been doing a lot better job. You swing at strikes, you're going to be okay.
There's a looper down the right field line. That's going to drop in for a base hit. McCann will drop anchor at first, and it's a leadoff single for the Braves catcher. Well, that'll bring Chipper Jones to the plate. You know, Chipper Jones was quoted earlier this week, Sarge, as saying, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And for the last few years, the Phillies have been the best in the National League. He's been on the Braves when they've been the best, so he kind of knows what it's like to try to overtake the Giants.
Yeah, and it is difficult. However, though, when you're trying to catch a team, it keeps you on your toes the whole time and trying to play good ball to catch that team.
Jones hits it toward the gap in right center field. That's going to be in for extra bases. McCann lumbering over to third. Brian Snitker's going to hold him there. And it'll be second and third with nobody out now for Atlanta. So Roy Halladay's in a tough spot. And he'll try to manage his way through this fourth.
Well, again, one of the better hitters in the game, and he shows you why, because he hits good pitching. That ball down there that Doc had, even though out over the plate, he didn't overswing on it as he gets his double there. McCann, obviously a catcher, not able to score all the way from first base, but this guy's just about always on anytime we see him.
Well, Freeman has the only RBI for the Braves, and he takes low on the first pitch. It's 1-0. The infield is back, so they'll concede the run for the out. But Halladay would love a strikeout here.
Yeah, that's what he wants, that strikeout or even pop up. As a hitter, he's trying to get that ball to the right side, especially with that infield back. Just sets it up for the next hitter.
Freeman's percentage with runners at third and less than 2 outs has risen over the last few weeks. A swing and a miss. He tied him up. It's 1-2. Halladay's probably saying, well, you called me out on that same pitch.
Yeah, he wants to establish that outside part of the plate. That one, a little bit of a cutter maybe inside, though. Good pitch, though, and he's around the plate.
Well, now 3-2. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, there are other games going on around baseball, and the Marlins have won 3 straight as they defeated the Astros 6-3. Hanley Ramirez 3 for 3 with a home run and 3 RBIs. It's the first 3-game winning streak for the Marlins since the 24th of May.
He's got him set up for that pitch where you throw him right at the hip and the ball moves back. Throwing a couple of balls inside, hard cutters.
Got him. Threw a breaking ball and Freeman's down swinging. 4th strikeout of the night for Halladay.
Filthy. That ball just disappears once it gets to home plate. Well, it's just a tough pitch there, and that's when you give that credit. See the movement on that pitch. Boy, you give the credit right to the pitcher. Doc coming up with a big pitch as he strikes out the hitter. That's what he wanted to do, is get Freeman on a strikeout.
So Freeman is down swinging. Dan Uggla now the batter. And a breaking ball that just missed inside. And Ruiz is going to take the baseball out to the mound.
Well, just going to go over the signs here again. Looks like he might have been crossed up. Well, usually the catcher doesn't go out there unless he's crossed up, or unless maybe he wants to change the sign with a runner there at second base.
Low, 1 or 2 balls and no strikes. You've been around this game for a long time. When a pitcher like Halladay has already warmed up and then they put the tarp on the field, what does he do to stay loose?
Well, he'll go down and throw, especially at the ballparks that you have now. He can go underneath and, keep himself warm. One of the things for Doc, once he warms up and he's ready to go, it's more mental than it is anything else, because you're psyched for the game. All of a sudden now you got to calm yourself down because of the rain, about that hour and 54 minutes. Not an excuse, however, for him, whether or not it's good or bad.
To third base, Valdez backhands. He thought about going home. Instead he goes to first, and he doesn't get either, and it's 2-1 Atlanta.
Yeah, thought he may have had a bad angle. McCann actually going on contact there. That's why you do that in that particular instance. It takes all the guesswork out of the base runner. You're going no matter where that ball is hit. And that's exactly what he did, as Uggla picks up an RBI. Now take a look at it and see whether or not he ends up having that. Oh, I just don't think he would have been able to get the ball there, and that's what he thought.
More because of the angle than anything else.
Couldn't throw it because of the angle. Take a chance and hitting him, in the back.
Though he's set up for 2 with runners on first and second. Jason Hayward, the hitter. And he takes low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Hayward grounded out to Rollins his first time up. Phillies would take that right here. Grounder towards second. Utley has it, flips to second. That's all they'll get. There are 2 outs. So 4-6 on the putout on the fielder's choice. And it's first and third for McLeod. McLeod struck out his first time up with a runner at third. That finished up the second. And now he's up here in the fourth with runners on first and third. Just like his last time up, Halladay does not have to give in with the pitcher due up next. But he'd love to get the inning over with here and have the pitcher lead off the fifth.
That's when he can go for those corners, and you're right about that. Yeah, even though he's hitting down in the lineup, 8th in this particular case, usually still a much better hitter than the pitcher. Filthy.
Jones over at third, Hayward at first. 2 outs here at the top of the 4th. Popped him up. Right side. Howard and Utley are over there. It's Howard who makes the call, and the side is retired. So Halladay gives up a run, but he leaves 2. We played 3.5. It's the Braves 2 and the Phillies 1. WB Mason. Who but WB Mason for amazingly low office product prices? By Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. And by Chevrolet. See your local Chevy dealer or visit ChevyDealer.com. Oh, last of the 4th. Folks are enjoying their night at the ballpark. And why not? The battle of arguably the 2 best teams in Major League Baseball right now. No offense to the Red Sox, who are leading the Orioles right now 10-3 in the 8th. Percentage-wise, they have the 2nd best record in the majors. Phillies have the best, followed by the Red Sox, then the Braves. But these really could be the 2 best teams in baseball right now, Sarge.
Yeah, and again, too, I think the series bigger than the one with Boston simply because these 2 teams in the same division and fighting for first place.
1 ball and 1 strike to Ibanez.
Well, all games, however, are important. That's why when you're playing this game, the games you are ahead of, especially in the 8th, 9th inning, those are the games that good teams put away.
Alex Gonzalez, the shortstop, calls everybody off and puts out the first one. So 1 away here in the 4th. Hey, Monday, July 25th, when the Phillies take on the San Diego Padres. That's the final game of that wraparound series. It's a Citizens Bank Business Person Special. It's also a Christmas in July toy drive hosted by the Phillies Ball Girls. Donations of new unwrapped toys for children of all ages will be accepted at all gates at Citizens Bank Park. Toys will be distributed to local organizations, including the Ford PAL Center and Children's Crisis Treatment Center. So again, that's July 25th. And Caitlin and Bridget, who are the Ball Girls tonight, they'll be part of that program. Phillies Ball Girls, as everybody knows around the Delaware Valley, do a great job helping out in the community. Ruiz lines one to left field. That's pretty deep. Going back is McLeod. That is gone! Just over the fence, just over the flower bed. A solo home run, and this ball game is tied up once again, this time at 2.
Right, thought that ball was just going to hook down. Take a look exactly where he hit it. Boy, he clears his hips on that. Look how he clears his hips. That's how you hit a ball that's on the inside part of the plate. See you later.
And Randy Goldstein of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, you just won $100 courtesy of the McDonald's home run jackpot. And Dominic Brown will follow Ruiz. That's going to make Carlos feel pretty good. He had a tough second inning behind the plate.
I think Holiday feels good too. The whole team feels good when that ball jumps out of here.
1-1 the count.
Boy, but that's how you hit a ball on the inside. You don't bring your hands in. What you do is you clear your hips. That bat head is going to get right to the middle of that ball. Even if it jams you with that swing, you're going to end up getting a hit.
Back toward the middle. Ugla makes a fine play to get to it, but no chance at all to throw out Dominic Brown. Hustling up the first base line. Well, two of the young guns right there in the National League East.
Yeah, that's what that speed will do for you as he gets on top of that ground ball. Once he slides like that, not going to get a Dominic Brown. No, a little bit too fast. Good stretch, though, however. Look at this stretch. He's giving it all he has. But Freeman not able to get him as you see him pass that bag.
That was a good stretch.
Oh, yeah.
Valdez down the right field line. That's in for a base hit. Brown speeding around second. He'll get to third. And the Phillies have first and third with Halladay due up. Valdez getting the start for Polanco as an RBI. And now a single to right.
Well, he's done a great job here so far. There's an interesting play on seeing whether or not Halladay is going to bunt or will he let him swing away. But take a look at the ball as it just slices down into the right field corner. He gets the ball and automatically that's a way. Runner's got to be on third base as he gets in to third base and made sure that he stepped on second base.
And Brown is safe and secure at third, safe and secure with New York Life. Halladay most likely is up there to sacrifice, right? So
I would think so. Charlie's played it that way quite a bit, going on and letting the pitcher go on and bunt.
And he bunts it, and it's a good one toward the right. Beachy takes a look at third. So the sacrifice is successful.
Yeah, and that was not the squeeze for any of the fans wondering why Dominic didn't come home. Now take a look at him as he goes around second base as he makes sure he looks down this time and keeps on going. You know, the last time, in all fairness, he was stumbling as he was going around the bag. And again, end up, as he said, I didn't tag it.
So second and third now for Rollins. Yeah, we mentioned that before, how you and I were on the air and we were talking about the fact that it looked like he hit second on that play, and he said after the game, no, I didn't. So we were wrong.
Oh yeah, well, completely wrong.
And we had some great camera shots too, and it really looked like he hit the edge of the bag.
Well,
just the edge, not any of the middle or anything like that.
Right. Well, Kern Danley had it right, and again.
Here's that play from the other night where he missed second. Now watch as he stumbles, as Sarge mentioned. Right there.
Well, and wasn't not looking down. So, you know what? Kerwin was really looking right at the play, so right on it. Obviously, for me, apologize to him for actually saying that he wasn't in the proper position. He was in the right position, and Charlie said he was in a good position.
Rollins takes outside. I don't know, Sarge. Looking at that replay, I still think he hit the edge of the bag.
You know what? I don't know if he felt well. To me, a runner has to know if you hit the bag, because when you're running on the dirt, there's a difference when you hit the bag as opposed to the dirt.
2-1 the count to Rollins. Breaking ball lifted in the air to right field. Playable for Jason Hayward. He just got under it. And the side is retired. So the Phillies leave a couple in scoring position. They've left 5 through the first 4, but they also have gotten Carlos Ruiz's first home run since the 23rd of June. And that's tied this ball game up at 1 apiece. In Lehigh Valley, Reading, Lakewood, and Williamsport. All 4 minor league affiliates are close to Philadelphia and easy to visit. Go to Phillies.com/minor leagues for more information or to order tickets. We begin the 5th, and Brandon Beachy takes outside. By the way, if you're interested, tomorrow, Brad Lidge will continue his rehab in Lakewood, which is not too far from the ballpark, not too far from Philadelphia. Lidge has had 2 rehab appearances. He's pitched 2 innings overall, and he has not allowed a run. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Well, for him, it's going to be the velocity. Once that velocity gets where he wants and able to control the slider, which is his out pitch, that's when you'll know that he's ready.
Beachy flied to right his first time up. Dominic Brown is really shallow and right. There you go. Got him. Another strikeout for Halladay. That's number 5. Well, it's time now to take a look at our Mazda leaders and earned run average in the National League. Jair Jurgens with 12 wins and a 1.87 earned run average leads the National League, but these 2 teams have 4 players combined in the top 5 in earned run average.
That's why they end up where they are, first and second, because of the pitching.
See Tommy Hanson tomorrow for the Braves as Schaefer shows bunt, takes a strike.
Boy, this kid hits that ball. You better get rid of it. He has speed and speed to burn.
Well, here you go. Halladay off the mound, flips quickly. Two outs. Alex Gonzalez is 0 for 2. He's already ready to dig into the box, and Schaefer's not even close to getting off the field.
Yeah, well, it's okay if it's a leadoff hitter. It's that pitcher that you want to take your time and let him get settled.
There's a strike. It's 0-1. Wanted 2 the count to Gonzalez. Got some extra chooches in the crowd today. 1 extra Halladay. I'm not sure who the third guy is. He's giving sides.
It's almost like full gear. Really, maybe depending on where you're sitting in the ballpark with that equipment on, you know when the ball comes, you don't have to get out of the way. If you miss it, it hits you, it'll bounce right there.
Got him. Swung on and missed, and Halladay with a pretty quick 5th inning. It's a 1-2-3 5th for Doc. He has 6 strikeouts. And the Phils will take this ball game into the bottom of the 5th, tied at 2. Well, Doc needed a fast inning, and he got one. 12 pitches. He's through the 5th. Initiative in raising money. Each year, 900,000 people in the Delaware Valley are at risk of hunger. Purchase a limited edition Fans Feeding Families pin. On sale now for $5 at the Majestic Clubhouse store and newsstands at Citizens Bank Park. For more details about the Fans Feeding Families initiative, see Phillies.com/feedingfamilies. We head to the bottom of the fifth. John Mayberry, 0 for 2. He's flied out twice, and both times, I think once the ball left the bat, he thought he had extra bases or a home run.
Yeah, I thought he caught it on the end just a little bit because he's the type of hitter. Hits that ball on the right spot, it'll leave any ballpark.
1 ball and 1 strike. Well, you figure he's going to get another opportunity to show his abilities over the next 10 days or so, because Shane Victorino is on the disabled list. And he's Charlie Manuel's best option defensively out in the outfield. And he hopes offensively, too.
Well, he's starting to swing the bat a lot better. You know, a lot of times it takes young players when they come up a little while to be able to just learn their way, to feel comfortable at the plate. And he's starting to look better and better. See if he comes back in on him. He's been staying away and maybe a little afraid of the way he's been swinging that bat with those line drives.
Three and 2 the count. Well, he showed a pretty good eye there to let that one go by. Utley's on deck. Well, he threw him a changeup. He strike out for the first out here in the fifth.
I tell you, pretty smart pitch, because again, the balls he's been throwing to John Mayberry has been fastballs in. And he comes up with a 3-2 changeup. That's going to get most hitters out. Again, there you're going to give that credit right to the pitcher. Good pitch.
Utley's 1 for 2. He singled back in the first and then reached on a fielder's choice his last time up. He's hit in 11 consecutive games now.
He's got a pretty good curveball going with some tight spin on it.
So far this year, the Braves have won 5 games against the Phillies. They've lost 4. The games have been pretty even. The series have been fairly even, and really a couple of the ball games could have gone either way.
Yeah.
Which is what you'd expect. Foul tip, and it's 1 and 2. Got a piece of Brian McCann. Within the division, the Phillies have played more games against the East than the Braves. And Utley's out in front, down on strikes, back-to-back strikeouts for Beachy. 2 away.
2 in a row. That ball in a very nice spot there. And he set this up because he's thrown so many fastballs early on in the game. Now he's gone to that changeup, and curveball has been pretty good too.
Well, you see what we're talking about as far as the games in the East go. 39 games in the East for the Phillies already, 25 and 14. The Braves 16 and 14. They've played just 30 games against the National League East. Now, the Braves have been red hot, as we said, since the 1st of June. But this is the first time in 16 games they're playing a team that has a better than 500 record. A hop to first, and Freeman takes it to the bag. The side is retired. Phillies go down in order in their half of the 5th. We've completed 5. It's on to the 6th in a 2-2 game. The All-Stars. Voted by the fans and making his second appearance, Placido Polanco becomes the first Phillies third baseman selected since 2002. Also making his second trip is Cole Hamels, who has put together the best first half of his career. He came back to the Phillies, and now Cliff Lee is going back for a third time in 4 seasons. He added to his Cy Young count last season and now make it an 8th Midsummer Classic for Roy Halladay. These all-star performances are brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Now more than ever, we're here for you every step of the way.
Hi, Phillies fans. Just wanted to say thank you very much. Again, you showed why you're the greatest fans in baseball. Thank you for voting me in, being a 2-time All-Star. And obviously going back for the second time with the final vote. Thanks to you guys, I'm going to my second All-Star game. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play in it, but hopefully I'll be back on the field real soon.
Well, Shane Victorino placed on the disabled list earlier today with a grade 1 sprain to his thumb. You see the brace on his thumb, the guard on his thumb. And the Phillies hope he's back very soon after the All-Star break. But for the second time, the Phillies fans and fans around baseball voted him in with the final spot. So he will not be able to play in this year's All-Star game. Andre Ethier will play in his place. Still a pretty nice honor, though, to add another All-Star piece to your resume.
Oh, yeah. Just an honor to be on the team. We'd like to be able to play.
Injured that thumb on that play last Sunday in Toronto when he went diving for a ball. Or no, when he caught a ball and then stumbled, looked like he was diving when he fell forward and hurt his thumb when he tried to brace himself. 1-2 the count. He was down in Florida this week. I don't think he anticipated that he'd have to go on the DL.
No, I mean, he felt like he was going to be able to play, but you know, a lot of times those type of injuries, they take a little more time. You start to take batting practice, it's still sore, so they decided against him. Pretty good pitch. See exactly where the pitch is as it comes back. I mean, I got it for a strike, but maybe it moved a little bit late.
On the right side of the infield. This one's a mile high. Howard on the infield grass puts it away. McCann's retired. Well, speaking of this year's All-Star game, the National League takes on the American League as the greatest players in baseball take center stage for the 2011 Major League Baseball All-Star Game, July 12th at 8 o'clock only on Fox. Chipper Jones will be at the All-Star game. He finished second in the fan voting behind Placido Polanco. Hopefully Polanco will be healthy enough to play the rest of this weekend and then be able to play in the All-Star game on Tuesday.
Well, this guy gets booed more so. Chipper Jones, as you're taking a look at Polanco there, and Contreras, and hopefully he'll be coming back there soon. But again, Polanco being able to play, it is an honor. But if you can't play, you're not going to just rush it in an All-Star game. You're going to just wait and then get back there where it really counts for your team.
Two and one the count to Jones. Little roller over to second. Should be an easy play for Utley, and there are 2 outs. Hey, you know the voices. You've argued with their take on Phillies teams. Next week, see how WIP's radio personalities do it on live TV. There's plenty to talk about when three dynamic teams come together. Comcast Sportsnet, the Daily News, and WIP's Anthony Gargano, Angelo Cataldi, and Rhea Hughes on AT&T Daily News Live. Next week at 5, only on Comcast Sportsnet. 2 outs, Freddie Freeman. He's 1 for 2. He was struck out his last time up. Halladay has 6 strikeouts overall, but he'll take some contact and take it out here. Keep his pitch count at a reasonable pace. I guess it's safe to say that the game plan has been in against these left-handed hitters.
Well, they're big. Those arms get extended. They can hit a ball a pretty long way. But you can tell just by the way that Freeman's taking the ball that he feels a lot better at the plate. Not as anxious as we saw early in the season. And again, to be a good hitter, you got to know the strike zone.
Takes a strike, and it's 3-1. There's a base hit for Freeman down the right field line. Nope, it's a foul ball. Just hooked foul. And it's 3-2. The way he was running up the line, it's almost as if he thought, all right, that's going to stay fair.
Yeah, that got in on his hands as he pulls the ball, but that's the only place you can actually hit that ball. Roy Halladay, one of those pitchers you can't really anticipate in and open up and try and hit it.
So it's full 3-2. Halladay gathers his size. And the pitch. Grounder foul. Bridget hands it off to a young fan down that right field line. Pitch number 97 of the night for Halladay. And a ground ball towards second. Again, it's Utley to his right, a step or two, throws out Freeman, and it's another 1-2-3 inning for Doc. So he's retired 8 consecutive batters. That takes us to the bottom of the 6th. Mobile broadband network by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. And by Mazda. Zoom Zoom.
Zoom Zoom?
Zoom Zoom, Sarge. Phillies are the bravest. Well, right now they have the best record in baseball. And they're trying to keep at it. here in game 1 of this 3-game series. Raul Ibanez leads it off in this 2-2 game. A single and a run scored. He's also popped out to short. It'll be Ibanez, Ruiz, and Brown.
Ooh. Pretty close pitch. Maybe sitting on that breaking ball, and I think the way to hit him too, one way or the other. You either go breaking ball, which means soft, or you'll stay with that faster pitch, the fastball, up to 2 strikes.
There's a liner to the left. McLeod. He was trying to read it as best he could, and he did. And there's 1 out.
They act like that ball might have gotten in the lights. But take a look at this in the 4th inning. Chooch clears those hips and clears the fence. Not by a whole lot, but enough. That's all that counts. Hits that ball right on the sweet spot of the bat.
Carlos is 2 for 2, coming off a road trip in which he was 6 for 21. One ball and 1 strike now to Ruiz. George Sherrill, the lefty, one of 3 lefties in the Braves bullpen. He's starting to fire, even though Brandon Beachy's at 72 pitches. Oh, Carlos Ruiz has been hit for the 9th time this year. He's turned into Chase Utley.
Yeah, that one doesn't really count because that was a breaking ball, and if the intent, that's always on a fastball. That ball just got away from Beachy, and again, hitters know that when you're hit with that off-speed pitch as that ball is breaking in. Although when you hit on that elbow the way that he has been, and twice on the road I can remember, and that one, they never feel good, whether or not they're hard or soft.
Well, it gives Dominic Brown a chance to bat with the right side open. And he takes on the outside corner. Brown reached on an infield single his first time up. He hit a ball toward the middle. Ugla, the second baseman, was able to get to it, slid, but couldn't throw Brown out. And Beachy trying to go to the same spot, missed this time. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brown loops it. It's a left center field, a base hit. That's a pretty nice piece of hitting right there. He kind of just served it where the pitch was located.
Yeah, very good point on that, and doing just that. If that ball gets over Gonzalez's head, the shortstop.
Well, it's time now for our Coors Light Freeze Can. It's been a very active day here at the yard. It began with a lot of rain. In fact, this game was delayed for 1 hour and 54 minutes. Folks are trying to stay dry as best as possible. Ponchos are always difficult. Umbrellas were up all over the place. Phillies honored the armed forces today before the ball game. They weren't home for 4th of July. Roy Halladay came out. He loosened up, and then there was more rain, so they put the tarp back on the field. Our Coors Light Freeze Can brought to you by Frost Brew. Coors Light. Here's Valdez. He takes high. It was kind of neat before the game. They had different branches of the armed forces here at the ballpark, honoring them before the game with a variety of different first pitches. And at that point, everybody was excited not only to get the game underway, but appreciative to everything that the folks in the armed forces do for our country. It's kind of neat seeing all the flags all around the edge of the outfield.
Yeah, it really was.
1 ball and no strikes, the count to Valdez. And he loops one over the head of Freeman, who goes back and makes the basket catch. Now, there was no infield fly rule called on that because that was not one of those basic plays, one of those easy plays.
Very good point, because he actually went back, made a fine running catch on it. I thought when it first left the bat, he had a chance for that ball to get in. Now he's playing almost right behind Howard as he goes back and shows some athleticism. play would have been at first place, but he looked around over there at second base. No problem. He catches it right in the basket.
Well, 2 outs now for Halladay. Halladay 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. Brown is over at first. Ruiz at second. And a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. You know, there was a lot of energy here at the park when the Phillies were doing their salute to the veterans ceremony prior to the ball game. Halladay was loosening up. Everybody was all amped up, and then the rain started falling again. Everybody went, oh, no.
Well, that does deal with you on that mental side as Halladay gets a borderline pitch called on him. Pitchers never complain, however, about usually the balls and strikes on them because they want that same pitch.
Outside, 1-2.
BC being smart. I mean, if he's giving him that pitch, that's where he's going to go. We've seen Halladay do that quite a bit this year. Establish that strike zone outside and try and pepper it.
Oh, Ruiz holds up at second as McCann blocks that ball.
Well, he's going to want it to happen on this pitch. Not going to want those runners started, even though the outfield is kind of shortened up.
Runners not being held on. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Halladay. And he's down swinging, so the side is retired. Second time tonight that Beachy's gotten Halladay. Phillies leave a couple here in the 6th. It's on to the 7th in a 2-2 ball game.
Well, everybody's had to wait a little while, but as advertised, this is a good one tonight. Verizon Wireless game summary. You see the Braves score, the Phillies score. The Braves score, the Phillies score. Freddie Freeman and Dan Uggla have the RBI hits. Carlos Ruiz with a game tying in the 4th inning. Solo home run, his 4th of the year. Roy Halladay, Brandon Beachy have both pitched tremendous baseball here tonight, and it's been a fun game to watch. Phillies have had more chances than the Braves. They have more left on base.
Well, we start the 7th, and Halladay's retired 8 consecutive batters. The last hit for the Braves was the infield single by Dan Uggla back in the 4th, and Uggla leads it off. So he's 1 for 2 with an RBI and a breaking ball cut on and missed. It's 0-1.
Uggla's been up there trying to get a fastball to hammer tonight, and he hasn't had many. Got a little bit of a hanging breaking ball there. They're playing him to pull or guard the line, one or the other. Big hole on the left side.
And he fouls it back. It's 0-2. The ball in and out of the hands of the fan in the Hall of Fame club. That still hurts, though, when it comes up that fast. He's thinking, I had it. I had it. Oh.
Good try.
Off the leg of Ugla.
That baby is really spinning. A lot of people don't realize it until they go to try and catch one of those, the way they spin.
That ball got a piece of Carlos Ruiz. It bounced right up under that mask. There's really no protection at all, even though that mask has those metal bars that hang from the bottom. Oof, right under the metal bar. See, Mike Winters has the guard that dangles from the mask. Carlos Ruiz has the mask kind of extended from the bottom. Scott Sheridan, Phillies athletic trainer, came out just to make sure he was okay. It's 0-2 to Ugla. The Carlos Ruiz impersonator took the mask off and the glove. Got him. Ugla down on strikes for the second time. It's the 7th strikeout of the game for Halladay.
That was a really good changeup.
Well, these lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. Jason Hayward 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice his last time up. Grounded out to short his first time up, and he takes a strike.
Go away for a strike, go in for a strike. Now as a hitter, you're going, what are they trying to do to me here?
Well, they're certainly trying to confuse him.
Yeah.
The 0-2 on the hands. A little pop up toward third. Valdez comes over, puts it away. 2 outs. Halladay just gets out of the way.
Well, he knew that was hit, not all that high, obviously, and he's wondering, I don't know if my third baseman's going to get there, but I made a pitch like that. We're getting an out on that play if I got to catch it. And there he goes inside again on Hayward tonight, and they established in with him early tonight, and they stayed in there on his hands, and that's the way you have to pitch him. Now, see right here, he sees now, he's looking to see, where's my third base? All right, he's got it. All right, I'll get out of the way. You make a pitch like that on 2 strikes, that ball's not going to drop.
Now McLouth, the number 8 hitter, he's 0 for 2.
I wonder if this would be Halladay's last inning. Over 100 pitches right now.
The only reason it might be is because you don't know what he did down under the stadium after he warmed up.
I was going to say, you're dealing with a guy who had a double warm up tonight, probably.
Valdez and Ruiz over, and Ruiz runs out of room. Every time the Phillies retire the opposing team 1, 2, 3, and Doc's done it the last 2 innings. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by the Xfinity HD Triple Play, your complete lineup for digital TV, lightning fast internet, and home phone.
And they've got Hinsky out in the on-deck circle to bat for Beachy. And as Tom mentioned last inning, they have 3 left-handers out there, and one of them's probably going to get into this game pretty soon with the guys that the Phillies have coming up. There's Hinsky. He'll always be a name around here. Guy struck out to end the World Series.
There's Eric O'Flaherty. Sherrill was up a little bit ago. Now it's O'Flaherty that's firing.
Yeah, they get to Sherrill's the first guy usually, then O'Flaherty, then of course Venters as the game goes along.
2-1 to McLeod. Fouled that one off his foot. 2-2.
Well, he's gotten him out in a couple of big spots tonight with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, and they pitch to him. Right now, nobody on base.
Halladay has his signs. The 2-2 pitch toward left center field. On the run is Mayberry into the alleyway. He's not going to get there. He dives and it gets to the wall. Ibanez misplayed it. McLeod will go to third and he'll get there sliding. That'll be a triple all the way for McLeod, his first of the season.
He got a changeup up to him with 2 strikes.
Number 20, Aaron Hensky.
It's only the 16th extra base hit of the year for McLeod.
Yeah, Mayberry just can't quite get there, and then see overrun by Ibanez. Charlie Emanuel's going to come out now and have a little chat with Halladay.
Now this is this about being careful with Hensky because Schaefer's on deck?
I can't imagine what else it would be.
Yeah. Hensky's a veteran guy. He's faced Halladay before. He's been Halladay's teammate before.
And the other thing is, you know, Hensky's going to want to hit a fastball early. You know, Roy Halladay and Ruiz know that. Because Hensky is a dead fastball hitter.
So Beachy's night's done. Scattered 8 hits over 6 innings.
They can bring 2 really tough hitters off the bench, and this guy and Conrad.
Yeah, Conrad's hitting 360 over his last 30 days.
And they both have power.
So Hensky's the hitter. And he takes it inside. Hensky's hitting 263 this year with 8 homers and 21 runs batted in.
Yeah, and he'll both of him and Conrad are tough off the bench. And you see what he's done lifetime off Halladay. And they started him with a cutter. And you just don't think he's going to give him a fastball to hit.
They appeal, no swing. This is the third base umpire, Mike Malinsky. It's 2-0.
I don't know that he swung at it, but I think they thought it may have been a called strike too. No, he didn't go. And it was a curveball, and I guess it was low.
There's a changeup. Swung on and missed. Ruiz keeps it around the dish. And it's 2-1. Perez is up and throwing in the bullpen for the Phillies.
Yeah, that had to be the message when they went out there. They're just not giving in to him here with the base open and Schaefer on deck.
Two and 1 the count.
More of that tonight than we've seen all year, I think.
I agree with that.
Stepping off, go through the signs again. Right now, still struggling with it.
I think he's having trouble seeing the signs. He's squinting a couple times, and Ruiz put his hands in the chalk.
Well, it's late. It's 11 o'clock.
Ground ball foul. 2-2. He went with a cutter again.
The cutters, change up, curveball.
A runner on third. It's a 2-2 ball game.
Yeah, here's a pitch of the game now. Because you really don't want to go 3-2 with it.
45,403. Ponchos and all. They drive themselves off. Halladay takes a peek over at third. Fly ball. Left field. Ibanez backing over. He's under it. And the side is retired. Halladay is through 7. He leaves a runner over at third. It's time to stretch here in Philadelphia in a 2-2 ball game. Fans Trivia Quiz answer. Wheels, back in 1976. That marked the first year the Phillies ever had 5 All-Stars. Can you name them in alphabetical order?
I think the most shocking thing will be about this is the guy who's not on the list. All right, let's start with Larry Boa.
I do agree with you on that.
Let's start with Larry Boa.
All right, you're already out of alphabetical order.
Well, that's too challenging for me. Let's go with the Bull.
The Bull would be correct. Yep, that's 2.
Bob Boone.
Bob Boone.
Dave Cash.
Dave Cash would be correct.
Oh, he had a heck of a year.
He did.
And Michael Jack Schmidt, but no Steve Carlton.
Right. Very good, Wheels.
Thank you.
I
saw that game.
Log back out to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize packet. Thanks for playing Dodge Stump the Fans.
You were much too young to remember that game.
I was 8, I remember.
Well, to remember the players.
I would not have gotten Dave Cash.
You remember who the starting pitcher was for the American League? He was a real act in those days.
Mark Fidrich.
Right.
I do remember that. Yes.
And Pete Rose led off the game with a base hit because he said, I'm going to get the bird.
Mark Fidrich was, for a couple of years, a pretty big show in Major League Baseball.
He was a great show, and he started for the National League for the American League that night at the Vet. What a neat game that was, bicentennial year in Philadelphia.
Eric O'Flaherty is the new pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. Mark Fidrich passed away a couple years ago. He was working on a car, and I believe a car fell on top of him.
Yeah, he didn't last a long time, but
he was fun.
He was a great act for a while.
I remember watching This Week in Baseball, and you used to look forward to, at that time there's only one game on each week. I should say the game of the week, not This Week in Baseball. But you would watch the highlights on This Week in Baseball, too. Rollins leads off the bottom of the 7th against O'Flaherty, who slips with that first pitch. Eric O'Flaherty, a 1.13 earned run average.
This is where the Braves really get good with these guys that come in late.
Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Nice to get Rollins on.
Yeah, and the good thing for the Phillies, Tommy, is that they're not trailing. They're not trying to play catch up against this bullpen. It's even at home. With Roger McDowell and Freddie Gonzalez.
Michael Stutz, by the way, is up and throwing in the pen for the Phillies. So Holiday's night might be done.
Jimmy thought that ball was down.
Rollins has a hit that was back in the 3rd. He's flied out twice. And now it's 2-2. Phillies bullpen has been very good this year, even with all the injuries. The Braves bullpen, well, it's been healthy this year, and it's been really good. And young.
Young, and you keep wondering, if the inexperience will kick in or the workload will kick in at some point. And it's only July, so we'll see.
Mayberry waits on deck.
But they have been real good.
Rollins fights it off, foul.
Saw how close Chipper Jones was to that ball when it went foul. Well, he's guarding the line at 3rd base. They're giving Jimmy Rollins a hole on the left side, taking the extra base hit away.
Freeman off the line at first with the right-handed hitter up. Chopper toward 3rd, big hop for Chipper Jones. And there's one away. Well, this Sunday when the Phillies take on the Atlanta Braves, you can join the Phils, ShopRite partners in caring and fill abundance by donating canned goods at any gate. Drop off at the ShopRite Can 40th anniversary truck at the 3rd base gate from 11 till 3 and receive a reusable shopping bag while supplies last. See Phillies.com/feeding families for more on the Fans Feeding Families initiatives. Talked about that pin that's on sale at the Majestic Clubhouse store. Proceeds to that pin will go toward the Fans Feeding Families program. There's Mayberry who takes a strike. It's 0-1.
He had a couple good swings at Brandon Beachy tonight. One we really thought was a home run. Whether it didn't carry or hit in the end of the bat or the wind knocked it down, and then he struck him out in a 3-2 changeup.
ball nearly got a piece of Mayberry, and it's 1-2. During this month of July, the Braves during the month, as you see students firing away, are 6-1. During this month of July, their bullpen has a 1.56 earned run average, 2.96 in June, 2.11 in May. Slider inside, and it remains 1-2. There you see the earned run average for the Braves bullpen. How about the Padres? Even with all the changes they've had to their bullpen, you know, Mujica and Webb going to Florida, they still have the second best earned run average in the National League.
They seem to always have a good bullpen, and they use that big yard to their favor too.
And their big closer in Heath Bell. Called strike 3. Mayberry's down looking. Well, earlier today, the Greater Philadelphia Tourism Marketing Corporation and the Phillies showed off some 3D art that will be out at the left field gate for the rest of the season. Fans can stop by and get their photo taken with the 3D art. And there's a Sarge in LA on top of the Fanatic. That should come out pretty sharp. Again, it's out at the left field gates coming to the ballpark.
Who's holding whom up there?
Well, I think Sarge is holding L.A. up, and then the Fanatics try to hold both of them up.
They're two great athletes, so the way they were able to do that, wasn't it? It was impressive.
It was impressive.
Glad it was them and not us.
Well, if you go to visitphilly.com, you might find some more information, courtesy of the folks at the Greater Philadelphia Tourism Marketing Corporation. It's kind of neat when you look at the photo in its 3D specs. It does really look like the Fanatic is holding up Sarge in L.A.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather them be them than you be holding you up. I mean, no offense, but you know what I mean.
I think you're strong enough, Wheels.
I don't know.
Oh, into the count, Utley. In the dirt, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, this guy made some really good pitches to Mayberry. He threw some fastballs down and away, and he threw those sliders on his back foot to get him thinking in, then get him out away.
There's Mayberry 0 for 4 tonight. Hit a couple balls hard, but it's also gone down on strikes a couple times. Grounder up the first base side. Scooped up by Freeman, and the side is retired. 1, 2, 3 go the Phillies here in the 7th. So we've gone through our first 7. Game 1 between the Phils and the Braves, still tied at 2. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Buy the Quality Plus Ford stores. Buy the Pennsylvania Lottery. Play Diamond Millionaire, the new instant game for the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 years or older to play. Please play responsibly. And by Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEFF-NOW. Well, both starters are out of the game. This crowd of 45,403 have watched the two teams play to a 2-2 tie as we go to the 8th. Halliday struck out 7 over 7. And he'll give way to Michael Stutz. Well, we talked about the youth of the Braves bullpen. The next couple of guys you'll see for the Phillies are rather youthful in their own right. Stutz and then probably Bastardo, depending on how the game is going. Stutz 3-0, 2.54 earned run average. He's averaging a strikeout per inning. And he'll face the top of the order. Schaefer, Gonzalez, McCann.
It's one of those guys you really have to be careful he doesn't get a bunt base hit for you, or he does bunt for a hit. He's tried it 26 times.
Well, the third baseman Valdez is playing in on the grass. Howard, I guess, thinking that Stutz would cover the first base side, is back behind the bag.
Yeah, 26 attempts, 3 base hits for bunts from Schaefer. So he certainly is a guy that warrants your attention.
He was the opening day center fielder for the Braves a couple years ago.
Hit a home run his first major league at bat off Brett Myers.
In the air behind Valdez, Rollins is over and makes the catch.
That was the year the Phillies were the official Major League Baseball opener. I think it was on
Correct.
the 31st of March.
Yep, Sunday night.
And Schaefer hit a home run in that game.
Hey, gear up for MLB's Midsummer Classic at the Majestic Clubhouse Store. Official All-Star batting practice jerseys plus name and number T-shirts are available in men's, ladies, and youth sizes from your favorite Phillies All-Stars, and they're now available. The Majestic Clubhouse Store at Citizens Bank Park, open from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m.
How Joe Pesci say that word in that movie? He said Utes.
Utes.
Right?
Yeah.
Love that. And the judge looked at him and said,
Fred Gwynn.
Fred Gwynn went, Utes?
Fred Gwynn, who most folks in my youth and your youths remember as Herman Munster.
Utes?
1 ball and 1 strike the count to Gonzalez.
That movie. You're big on movies.
My Cousin Vinny.
That's it. Nice going.
Ralph Macchio.
That was really a funny movie.
With a co-star who never really rose to the status of Ralph Macchio. At least I don't think he did. Marissa Tomei, I think, won the Academy Award for that.
Yeah.
2-1 the count to Gonzalez. They're trying to get the outer half of the plate, and Stutz is just missing.
Well, that's the way you pitch Gonzalez, especially late in games, because he's opening up. This is where he hits his homers a lot of times, because he looks to hit one, but they keep missing.
Dangerous.
Now they got to throw him a strike.
With a dangerous Brian McCann waiting on deck.
Right.
Fastball at 93. It's 3-2.
And they're playing over near the line on Gonzalez, because he looks for pitches middle in these kind of situations, and he can hurt you.
The payoff pitch. Got him. Oh. Froze him with a slider, and it was a beauty. 2 outs here in the 8th.
How about that gutty pitch from both of them? From Ruiz to call the thing and Stutz to throw it and execute it. When you got a guy out there trying to hit a fastball out of the park to give him the lead, they drop a hook on him like that. That slider had depth to it. Ooh, what a good pitch. Here, Gonzalez, you got to get back to your dugout call. Yeah, what am I going to do with that?
The Phillies have kept the top 2 hitters off base tonight. Schaefer and Gonzalez, they're combined 0 for 8. McCann grounds 1 to second. A lot of time for Utley. What a job by Michael Stutz. 1, 2, 3 go the Braves here at the top of the 8th. Now to the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Ryan Howard, Raul Ibanez, and Carlos Ruiz in a 2-2 game. Tomorrow at Lehigh Valley, Reading, Lakewood, and Williamsport. All 4 minor league affiliates are close to Philadelphia and easy to visit. Enjoy a fantastic ballpark experience with games all summer long. Go to Phillies.com/minor leagues for more information and to order tickets. Mentioned before, the Blue Claws are home I think this weekend, and Brad Lidge will pitch for them tomorrow. Go to the bottom of the 8th with a game tied at 2. Johnny Venters is the new pitcher for the Braves. 4-1, a 1.52 earned run average. He's closed a few times for Craig Kimbrell.
Heavy sinking fastball, good slider. Just another real good arm out of the bullpen for Atlanta.
Major league leading 50 appearances so far for Venters. How about that? 50
already.
Appearances.
Yeah. Now, granted, he's a 1 inning or a situation guy, but that's still a lot. That's the point about, will they hold up as the season goes along? They're really good, this guy in Kimbrell.
Big overshift again against Ryan Howard, who has not homered this year against a lefty. Phillies are looking for him to get on base and get something rolling here in the bottom of the 8th. With Antonio Bastardo warming up in the pen. Slider, and it's 1-2.
And Venters has thrown 1 home run ball this year in 53 1/3 innings. So he keeps it in the yard.
Took him 125 games between home run balls.
Kimbrell's thrown 1.
2-2 the count.
We'll know why they're doing the job. That's pretty good indication right there. And they both have big time strikeouts, 57 and 53 innings, and Kimbrell 70 and 45 innings.
Well, Howard's been hot against lefties, as we showed you. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. In the dirt, 3-2.
Good at bat Ryan's giving him here.
Ibanez on deck. It was Ibanez's double against Venters last year in the last of those big 3 games in September that won it for the Phils 1-0.
Yeah.
And it came in the 8th inning. Little dribbler up the third base line, and Ryan Howard's going to have himself an infield hit. Just as they lay it out there.
Like he hit a breaking ball right off the end of the bat. And with that defense, there was no defense for it. Hey, that's a line drive in the box score. Slider, dribbles it. Once Venters can't get to it, Ryan Howard gets a legger. Venters is going, where's my third? Oh, that's right. I don't have a third baseman, do I?
He's over on the second base side.
I got to go get it. Where's Chipper?
Now Ibanez with nobody out. Trying to keep the train moving.
So, you say, whether you bunt here. Well, Raul Ibanez, how many times has he ever bunted, probably? So the answer is, as you saw by that first pitch, they're not going to bunt him here. And you just hope he doesn't hit into a double play.
It's 0-1 to Raul. 97 on that fastball.
And it's down all the time with Venters. Watch his fastball. Hard down sinker. Rarely throws a 4-seamer or anything above the waist.
He got a good pitch to take a hack at. He missed it. It's 1-2. Saw the last sacrifice bunt for Ibanez, 2003.
As we said, we figure he hasn't bunted a whole lot. Okay, another sinker.
To first base, Freeman. There's one. Not in time. I give some credit to Ibanez because he was hustling up the first base line, and Gonzalez, well, he didn't really rush the throw over to first, which is a break for the Phils.
He's trying to lead somebody on their way back. In that case, it was Freddie Freeman, the first baseman. That's a tough play. Anytime you go 3-6-3 or 3-6-1, because invariably you're leading a guy who's backing up, looking for the bag, or a pitcher, and that's even tougher. Right here now, here comes Freeman. Gonzalez is leading him. Now, he had gotten to the bag pretty quickly, and Raul, as Tom said, just hustled down there and beat it out.
Ryan Howard made the call, and it was the right one. Carlos takes inside and low. It's 1-0. Ruiz tonight has been on base 3 times.
They do not expect him to pull here. They're giving him the left field line, and they're playing with the center fielder Schaefer towards right center. They do not warm a right-hander up right now either, if the Phillies wanted to hit with Brown with Francisco.
Ruiz chops it toward third. Foul ball. Two and one the count. It'll be interesting to see what Charlie does do if it does indeed land on Dominic Brown's shoulders, if he does go with Ben Francisco to bat.
Well, right-handers are smoking him at a 190 clip.
Oh, a good hitter's count now for Ruiz. It's 3-1. Banez a short lead off first. Well, he just challenged him with a fastball.
Ball's heavy, isn't it? 97, a sinker.
Well, you can see why they thought he would be a starting pitcher, and that's why he started most of his minor league career. But you can also see why they decided to make him just like a one-inning guy or a situational guy, because he can explode. Carlos trying to get that ball, but it's up just a little bit.
And he doesn't get the ball up that often. That's why he's so effective. You know, if you could get him to get the ball up, when a guy's throwing sinkers at 95, 6, and 7, it's hard to do anything but hit the top of it. Oh, you got to pitch up then. Whether he tried to do that or not, but you rarely see Venters get a fastball up in that zone. It may have been ball 4, but I had a look. Oh, yeah, it was. It's ball 4, but, you know, that had to look like a balloon after all those pitches down by your knees.
Ball 4. Runners on first and second. Let's see what Charlie does. It's going to stay Dominic Brown. So no Francisco, with runners on first and second and 1 out. Showing a lot of confidence in Dominic Brown right now against a very good lefty. Brown has 2 hits tonight. One was an infield single.
Well, one of the things is not that right-handed hitters jump all over this guy either, so he figures, I'm going to stay with this guy. Maybe he can get me a hit here.
The outfielders shorten up just a little. There's Bastardo. He'll be in no matter what. This is only the 6th man in scoring position for the Phillies tonight. Well, 2 managers involved in a nail biter just before the All-Star break. Ibanez leads off second. Ruiz off first. The 1-2. Ground ball towards second. Ugla boots it for a moment. Throws to first in time to get Brown.
He slipped coming out of the box. He ran that ball out. He slipped. I'm almost positive I saw him slip coming out of the batter's box. Ugla tried to do a lot there. He's trying to make the play at second. See if he slips. Right there. Well, maybe not. It just didn't look like he got a good footing coming out of the box, but he did not loaf on the play to first base. I don't think that's ever going to happen again. See, Ugla's trying to go to second to get the force out, and then the bang bang play at first.
So Dominic Brown's retired.
It just didn't look like he got a real good jump out of the batter's box. That's why I thought he slipped. May have been because of Venters when that sinker he's throwing. It's so heavy.
Valdez has had a productive night. He has an RBI. He's also singled. The go-ahead run is over at third. It's been pretty good with runners in scoring position this season. In fact, even the sac fly earlier doesn't go against his average. And he bunts. Foul.
Well, you know, the thought process is pretty good if we could have gotten it done, because Venters is going to fall off towards third base, and you saw what he tried to do. He tried to push it to the right side. If he gets it into that area, he's got a hit, and the odds are Ibanez is going to score.
Yeah, Freeman and Ugla both are back deep, right, as you would expect with a right-handed hitter out.
Now watch him try to push it. See, he's trying to push it to the right side and fouls it off, and now he's in the hole.
0-2 the count to Valdez.
And when you watch Venters follow through, that's, you know, it was a pretty good idea to try and do that.
Got him. Valdez down on strikes, and the side is retired. He came back with a slider. The Phils leave a couple in scoring position. It's on to the ninth in a 2-2 game. The expert analysis of Ricky Metallico on Phillies Postgame Live, presented by Cure Auto Insurance, right here immediately after the game. Well, a night that began with a 1 hour 54-minute rain delay, and then ceremonies as we were saluting the veterans here at the ballpark prior to the game. Watched Roy Halladay throw 7 innings, allowed 2 runs, 7 strikeouts. Then Michael Stutz pitched the scoreless 8th, and now it's Antonio Bastardo who is on to pitch the top of the ninth. He'll face Chipper Jones, Freddie Freeman, Dan Uggla. And try to keep this at a tie ball game to give the Phils a chance to win it in their half of the ninth. Bastardo 3-0, a 0.87 ERA, 35 strikeouts in 31 innings. Phillies and Braves will go at it again tomorrow. It'll be Tommy Hanson on the mound for the Atlanta Braves, and he'll be opposed by Cliff Lee. That's a 4-10 start. Derek Lowe and Cole Hamels on Sunday. Well, Charlie Manuel talked about this series the last couple of days, and saying that everybody thought all along that it would be the Phillies and the Braves in the East. I asked him today about the rivalry. Last few years has been a rivalry between the Mets and the Phillies. It was the Braves and the Phillies before that. Now it's back to the Braves and the Phillies. He said it's the Phillies, and then who's ever in second place as far as he's concerned. And he talks about the rivalry.
Yeah, I like to keep it that way.
Chipper Jones 2 for 3. Scored a run back in the second. Batting right-handed for the first time tonight.
Good idea. Throw a breaking ball to Chipper on the first pitch, because he is one of the best dead red first ball fastball hitters ever. He's hit a lot of balls hard that way.
Throws another one, moves his feet, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
See that gimpy knee that he has? He really had trouble just then trying to stop as he came out of the batter's box. Good job by Bastardo.
Liner to left, a bullet right at Ibanez. And Chipper Jones limps back toward the dugout. 1 out here at the top of the ninth. He's playing with a torn meniscus. Had a cortisone shot this past Sunday.
He got his fastball there, and he didn't miss it. Thankfully, it had topspin and not backspin. Bullet right at Raul for the first out. Oof. That's the difference in a home run and an out, or maybe just a single in front of him is the top spin or the backspin.
Freddie Freeman 1 for 3. Starts him off with a slider.
I wonder what they're going to do with their bullpen in the 9th inning. They wouldn't bring Kimbrel in if the game's tied, you wouldn't think.
No, he's warming, but that's in case they take the lead.
Right, and they have another right-hander out there that would pitch the 9th inning.
Towards center field. Mayberry on the run. He glides under it, and he puts it away.
Just got that off the bend of the bat a little bit.
That's good.
Real good.
2 outs.
He went about 390 feet, not 398.
Scott Linebrick is the other right-hander. Joining Kimbrel out there. Ruiz talking with Bastardo about Dan Uggla, who's the next hitter.
You know what he's trying to do. Freeman knows he just missed one.
There's a Dan Uggla fan.
Uggla and Utley, huh? A lot of home runs and good play out of those 2 second basemen in this division, huh? For a long time. You got to make Uggla beat you the other way. Boy, is he swinging hard on that first pitch.
Slider. Backdoored him. 0-2.
That's it. Stay out there.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. A 1-2-3 ninth inning for Bastardo. He threw only 9 pitches, so he and Stutes combined to face 6, and they retire all 6. Uggla's trying to lift and separate, and Antonio Bastardo would have none of it. That's some pretty good pitching. We go to the bottom of the ninth. It's a 2-2 game. Game series against the Atlanta Braves. A crowd of more than 45,000. They endured a 1 hour 54-minute rain delay. And now as we go to the bottom of the ninth, it'll be Scott Linebrink in his 41st game. Much maligned the first month of the year. He's pitched better, though, since the calendar flipped to May. And now has carried it over to June and here in July. Linebrink will face pinch hitter Ross Glode. A great job by Michael Stutes and Bastardo to keep this at a 2-2 game. And now it's up to Glode to start things off.
Great job again. Huh?
Yeah, again. Outside with the first pitch. It's 1-0.
Linebrink's the guy that Ruiz hit the pinch hit grand slam off early in the year. That's part of what you're talking about, how he struggled some.
He went upstairs with a fastball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. First batter he's faced this year has gotten on base 13 times. And it remains at 13 as Glode is retired on a 6-3 putout. There's really not a whole lot Ross could do running wise. I mean, he hustled up that first base line, but he's still battling that sore hip.
Yeah, that's a tremendous play by Gonzalez, too. He was positioned perfectly, but that ball was hit really hard, and he had no choice except to take the hop on the side.
1 away. Rollins 1 for 4. Numbers against Linebrink in his career, 4 for 16. Tried to check. Did he? Nope. Mike Malinsky says he went around. And it's 0-1. No reaction from Rollins, so he probably did. Braves acquired Linebrink from the Chicago White Sox during the offseason. And their main objective was to give some stability to a young bullpen. This is a guy who just reached his 500th career appearance out of the pen. Remember when the Phillies were down in Atlanta early this year, the fans in Atlanta wanted him out, and fast. He got roughed up.
Yeah, well, mention that grand slam that Carlos hit off him.
Mayberry getting himself ready. Back toward the middle, right between the wickets and into center field. Second hit of the night for Rollins.
Something off speed like a change up there, and he stayed back really well and used the middle of the field to Jimmy. The way he's done a lot of that. I talked about him on the road trip, how many balls he hit hard, and a lot of them were right back through the middle. Off speed pitch, maybe it was a breaking ball. Right, as Tom said, through the wickets and into center field. Base stealers 5 out of 6 against him.
It varies from night to night how Rollins is feeling, whether he'll attempt to steal or not. There he goes. Pitch out by McCann. Boy, McCann really cheated. I mean, he was up as he took that pitch, and he fired a strike right at second.
Boy, did they guess right. And McCann can throw anyway, let alone when he gets a pitch out. And they just guessed that he was going to go on the first pitch. He did. And it's not like he's done a lot of that either, running on the first pitch. That's a perfect pitch out. And there he is in front of the plate. And, you know, with his arm, he threw a perfect throw there to Dan Uggla, and he just had to wait for him. But that was a good idea. You know, he wanted to see Rollins run at some point, but, you know, they just guessed that he was going to go on the first pitch, and they won.
Three balls, no strikes to Mayberry. Dudley on deck.
Yes, enough power right now. They may just give him a green light. Sherrill's up in the bullpen right now. The other third left-hander.
Ball 4. Mayberry's aboard.
Here comes Freddie Gonzalez to bring Sherrill in.
So with the lefties due up for the Phillies, and they have 3 in a row, it'll be Sherrill instead of Linebrink. So the Braves are out of left-handers.
Finally.
So Linebrink allows a hit. He issues a walk. He'll leave with a runner at first. This is an AT&T call to the bullpen here in the bottom of the 9th in a 2-2 game. At a 2-2 game, Phillies have a runner over at first. And another pitcher for the Braves. Boy, they've gone through their bullpen tonight. It was O'Flaherty, Venters, line break, and now George Sherrill, 1-1, a 2.35 earned run average. Sherrill used to close for the Orioles, signed as a free agent during this offseason by the Atlanta Braves. 26 strikeouts in 23 innings. He's had 23 inherited runners this year. Only 2 have scored. Tells you an awful lot about a pitcher, particularly a situational guy like Sherrill. But Reels, he's got some odd splits between lefties and righties.
He does. 333 left-handed hitters, 206 right-handed batters, but lifetime 182 for left-handed hitters. That's how he's made his living. And unlike Venters and O'Flaherty, he's not a hard thrower. Those 2 guys can really throw hard. This guy's more of a fastball, curveball guy, high 80s.
Utley has not had a lot of at-bats against Sherrill. Utley's numbers against left-handers, and a slider for strike 1. It's more of a curveball than a slider.
Yeah, that's what reports are, and that he goes fastball, curveball. But that curveball's like a frisbee coming up there, really a big breaker, and he steps towards first base on that and around the left-handed hitter. A lot of deception.
Talk about a quick pitch. There's a liner back toward the middle, caught by Gonzalez, who was shaded that way. And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We go to the 10th inning. Some extra inning baseball in a 2-2 ball game.
Time for our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. But he told me to take that. Here we go in the 4th inning. It's Carlos Ruiz in the 2-1 game. Got a fastball and hit it out to left field. That tied it up at that point. 2-2 in the 4th inning. And here we go to the 10th, and it's still 2-2, and that's our W.B. Mason delivery of the game.
Yeah, the Phillies have used Michael Stutz and Antonio Bastardo. So now as they go to the top of the 10th, you see the totals for today's game. They'll turn to left-hander Juan Perez, who is well rested. He hasn't worked in 2 weeks. Phillies extra inning record this year, 3-5. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Braves this season, well, their extra inning record 9-7. So they've played 16. This is now their 17th. And a slider to Hayward.
Consecutive extra inning games. Oh no, did Stanton win? No, that was an extra inning game in Florida the other night, right?
Stanton won that ball game in the 10th. Yes.
Yeah. So consecutive extra inning games for the Phils. Perez drops 2 hooks on him. 2 breaking balls.
Just his 3rd ball game. Three straight breaking pitches, 1 away. Well, that was some nasty stuff right there.
Hayward didn't like it. Boy, you talk about exiting on that 0-2. Look at him fly open here. He wanted no part of this one. Whoa, I know that swing from trying to play this game. Wow.
See Wilkin Ramirez in the on-deck circle. The pitcher spot is due up after Nate McLouth, who's in the box now. Phillies do not have a right-hander up. And a fastball for strike one. It's 0-1.
No, they want Wilkin Ramirez to hit, or they don't want Conrad to hit left-handed, because that's where he really hurts you. Not that he can't right-handed, but left-handed, he's really dangerous with power.
Slider, strike two.
So that's why you won't see Conrad used against Juan Perez.
Perez, who made his debut with the Phillies on the 23rd of June, worked one more day. And he went. Oh, boy, did he go. Ruiz blocks it, keeps it in front. 2 strikeouts in a row for Perez.
They got to wonder, who's this guy? Those are nasty sliders he's throwing. And these hitters aren't even close. You could see him in spring training when they used him. And he had really nasty stuff, but he walked a lot of batters. In this case, he's throwing really good breaking balls there.
Good job by Ruiz, too, to block that ball and keep it in front of the plate.
Now they're out there talking about Wilkin Ramirez, the scouting report they have on him.
He's had only 12 at-bats here in the big leagues. A .333 hitter. They start him off with a fastball at 94. It's 0-1. Down in AAA, Ramirez hit .283 with 7 home runs, 21 runs batted in. He's an outfielder by trade. And the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss and a slider. It's 0-2.
Right-hander didn't look real comfortable with that.
Nope, not even a little bit. Now the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Some high heat. How about this pitching right here by Perez? He came on and just struck out the side here at the top of the 10th inning. Some nifty pitching for the Phillies bullpen, and it culminates with Perez. There's strikeout number 1. Strikeout number 2. Both sliders, now a fastball. And we go to the bottom of the 10th. Phillies bullpen. Juan Perez struck out the side in the top of the 10th. He threw 9 pitches. All 9 were strikes. All he needed was a couple weeks off to get his slider straightened out, and certainly was in a perfect spot. Now Scott Proctor will take over for the Braves. 22nd game for Proctor, who used to be a hard-throwing right-hander with the New York Yankees. He's 1-2, a 3.78 earned run average. Well, the last walk-off home run for Ryan Howard Take a look. Arthur Rhodes didn't see it coming. Just out of the stretch of Chris Heisey. That was right before the All-Star break last year.
4-game sweep by the Phillies over the Reds. So, you know, why not do it again here right before the All-Star break?
Proctor delivers a curveball inside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Proctor pitched in 6 games last year for Atlanta. Spent most of the year, though, down in the minors. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
That's a pitch that Beachy was throwing to him so effectively tonight. Curveball. He had Ryan Howard way out in front, turning stuff over to the right side.
Proctor missed just about all of 2009 with Tommy John surgery. He had been acquired by the Florida Marlins after pitching in the National League with the Dodgers in 07 and 08. Should say reacquired by the Dodgers. He's throwing all breaking pitches to Howard.
Why not? You know, he's shown no signs of hitting that curveball tonight, so they're going to keep throwing it to him, and you know, maybe Ryan's going to turn one of them around.
2 balls, 2 strikes, the count. Another breaking ball outside and high, 3-2. Figure he's got to come back with the fastball here, right?
He may just throw him another hook. I know what you're saying, but you know, he hasn't hit curveball tonight, so you know, a fastball for a strike, home run, curveball.
Another curveball hit toward the gap in left center field. Schaefer on the run. He dives and he got there. Boy, he closed quickly and he made a heck of a play for the first out.
That's why he's been playing center field for them, because they say he can run the ball down with anybody. He's playing him to pull. You see Proctor saying thank you. He threw him another curveball, and Ryan inside outs this one a little bit, and it looked like he was going to tail away from the center fielder, and what a play. Kept looking for some white out there, you know, when he dove and it hit the ground.
Rolled under his belt buckle or something?
Yeah, he kept hoping you'd see it, but nope.
There was the first fastball of the inning for Proctor. Ibanez singled and scored way back in the second. 2 balls and no strikes. By the way, Juan Perez, who struck out the side on 9 pitches in the top of the 10th. First time a Philly pitcher has struck out the side on 9 pitches since Andy Ashby in '91.
In Cincinnati. Everyone was positive that happened in Cincinnati. They had just brought him up.
The first time?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was the first time. That was the young Andy Ashby.
2-0 the count. In the air to right field. That one's deep, and this ball game is over. Raul Ibanez smokes a 2-0 pitch into the seats in right field, and the Phillies in the bottom of the 10th inning take game 1 of this crucial 3-game series by a final score of 3-2. And they are mobbing Ibanez at home plate, and rightfully so.
Wow, what a great game.
That is one sweet swing right there.
I mean, that game deserved a walk-off home run. That's how good it was. 2 good teams went at each other, eyeball to eyeball, and that was fun.
First walk-off home run for Raul Ibanez since April of 2009 against the San Diego Padres.
Oh, he really leveled off. Proctor was throwing a lot of breaking balls in that inning, and I think he got a fastball. And what a bullet that is. Here, take a look. Yep, fastball, a little bit middle in, and Proctor he took one look and walked off the mound. He knew where that was going.
Man, did he hit that one.
Oh, that was a screamer.
That was a screamer.
Here's another look at it. That is out in a hurry.
Yeah, that's our vantage point, folks, and you knew it as soon as it left the bat. Charlie O'Gara found it as soon as it left the bat and followed it right into the crowd. And then the mob at home plate as the Phillies take game 1. and increase their lead in the National League East. And Raul Ibanez is down on the field with Sarge. Sarge, take it away.
Hey, guys, thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Boy, always good to get a game winner, but a team that's chasing you, what a ball game.
It was a great game. It was a great game. They pitched well. We pitched well. You know, it was a battle to the end. And fortunately for us, we came out on top.
Now, that pitch there, I believe, was a fastball. You got through that ball as if you knew it was coming. Talk about that a little bit.
I was in a good count to hit, and I was just looking for my fastball and making sure that I hit it and didn't miss it. And fortunately, like I said, for us, I went out, but Doc did a tremendous job, and our entire team, we battled together.
How about Perez coming in?
Yeah, he threw. I think he didn't throw a ball. I think he threw every pitch was a strike, and he was nasty. He was breaking off nasty sliders, it looked like, and throwing the ball hard.
Congratulations. Early game tomorrow. Get back. And thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Sarge. Thank you.
All right, Tom Wills.
All right, Sarge, thank you very much. Yep, we have reached the bewitching hour of midnight, and Raul Ibanez has sent everybody home very happy. Look at this sweet swing, folks. A game-winning walk-off home run by Raul Ibanez. The Phillies win it in 10. We'll be back after this.